Hey, good evening, everybody. Thanks for joining us here tonight on 20 Sides to Every Story. We are playing a session of our community campaign. This one is entitled Terror in the Tree, and this takes place in the Greyhawk campaign setting where we have been playing our community campaign. So if this is your first time joining us, watching one of these games, what our community campaign is it's a series of games where we try to encourage people that enjoy watching our streams or being a part of our community to come and join us for a game. So while we're playing this, if it looks like something you'd be interested in getting active in, best way to do that would be to jump into our Discord server. I'll pop the link to join us in Discord here in the Twitch chat. If you're watching this on YouTube, just check the description of the video. There will be a link in there as well. So this whole campaign is managed by myself and five other DMs are creating adventures for it. So the character that you create for the community campaign can be played in anybody's games, and they're all sort of very loosely kind of connected, maybe just by the campaign world. So yeah, so you can come and join us there. We've got channels set up for where the signups are. We've got things going on just about every week, sometimes multiple times a week, as is the case this weekend. We're playing this game here tonight. And then Sunday morning at 9 a.m., Casey will be running another session, continuing the kind of storyline of the elves of Celine. So you can check that out on Sunday morning. If you really like what you're seeing us do, you can always support us by way of our Patreon. The link to that is in the chat as well. And that kind of goes to support the work of all the DMs here on the channel. So check that out. Yeah, so we are joined here tonight by a few brand new players, as well as maybe some new characters as well. So I think before we get started into the scenario, maybe we'll just sort of do some introductions of who we are, and maybe talk about how long you've been playing D&D and like how you got started in the hobby. So I'll start, and I'm Alex. I'm the owner of 20 Sides. I've been playing. This is going to be really convenient because I'm going to immediately pass it over to my dad to tell you his side of the story. But I guess like I started playing D&D. I want to say I was maybe like third grade, maybe. And we were playing. We had in the the game closet, I guess there was a box of like the original D&D basic set, and it had Keep on the Borderlands in it, and so I think I must have begged my dad to figure out how to run a session of that, and so we pulled that out. We played it once, and then never again, because pretty sure we got slaughtered, because it was just me and my sister, who is 2 years younger than me. So as young as I was playing the game at that time and didn't know what I was doing, like you can imagine. So I think a bunch of kobolds kind
and
of
I was a terrible DM too.
Well, that's not how I remember it as a kid. I just loved the game, even though he did get slaughtered. So, any impression that left on me and my way of DMing, you can blame him. That's why. So, why don't we move over to you, Cliff?
As Alex said, I was the DM, and I had never played before then either, so I didn't know it was a good DM to try and keep your players going, and
yeah, you just wanted to be done. Like, you don't want to do this anymore.
Well, anyway, as Alex got his interest going in high school, and he was playing with his high school buddies, I think he had made comments about the buying all these books was kind of expensive, and I got into applying and started illustrating for some role-playing books, and one of the companies was Goodman Games, and that was around so I got 3 books, and he could use those in his games. And Goodman always liked to have his artists be involved in the games too, because then they know what was going on, and they'd be more interested in their work and that. So I started playing more then too. In Alex roped me into some of his sessions with his buddies, and so I started playing from time to time then too.
It's always convenient to have a family member be a part of these games. Like, I should just have him wearing a red shirt all the time, because like if I need for dramatic narrative tension to kill off a player, at least he's there for me.
I was the red shirt.
Yeah. Yeah,
he was unconsciously he was getting even with me from when I got
right.
him into
That's right. Awesome.
And still is to this day.
Yeah, that score will never be settled. See, Tux knows. Alex always kills off his dad's characters. Awesome.
It'll be easy now that I'm a wimpy first level wizard. So
yeah, I did caution you. I was like, "Are you sure you want to come in? You've got that other level 3 character, level 4 character."
No, that was a level 4 character actually. Yeah. Would have even been better.
All right. Well, let's move over next to Adrian.
Hi, everybody. I'm Adrian. This is my first game here in the community campaign. Happy to be here with everybody. I've only been playing D&D and actually role-playing games for just about 2 years. So I'm a late bloomer. But since then, I've been playing a lot of stuff. And of course, the first RPG that I played was D&D because, it's synonymous with TTRPGs. So yeah, but since then I've played a lot of DCC, some Delta Green, and a few other things. So
awesome. Thanks for being here. Yeah. Let's move next to Anthony.
Hey guys, my name is Anthony. This is my first time playing D&D here. My first time playing was I think I was 15, and a group of friends that I didn't really hang out with invited me over to their house, and they were playing D&D, and I was super excited to get into it. I loved it. Actually, I think it was Pathfinders was the first thing I played. Then I fell in love instantly. But then kind of after high school, kind of fell off, kind of got into some not great things after that, but since then, I'm actually in recovery, and since then, I've got back in heavy to D&D, and that's kind of one of the things I do to occupy my time. I'm super excited to be here.
Awesome. Thanks for being here. And then, you guys all know him, but here's Isaac.
Hi, I'm Isaac. Hi, I'm Isaac. I think I've been playing for, I'm going to say probably about 5 years now. Wow. I remember when I used to be like, oh yeah, I'm pretty new to the, I've played a bit now. 5 years. I used to do improv. I used to be in a group, and after that, I always had this void of this creative void in my life that was filled with D&D. So so that's what it is. That's how it is. I played DCC, Old School Essentials, 5e, and a handful of other games and whatnot. But yeah, I'm very excited to play with you all.
Awesome. And then let's move over to Martin.
Hey everybody, Martin here. I'm playing a character, Gareth. I'm also playing in Casey's community campaign. So actually we'll be playing on Sunday. I'll be playing same character in that one. So if you want to see how he's reacting in different games and contrast and compare, invite you all to come watch on Sunday too. And like a lot of folks here, I think I was drawn into 20 Sides because of the great DMs that you guys have. I'm really amazed to hear that Cliff is your dad, Alex. I had no idea. That's so awesome that you've got your dad involved in tonight's game. I feel honored. That's amazing. And Anthony, that's really fantastic news. So super glad you made it and you're here, man. And I first started playing D&D when I was in probably the end of grade school, beginning high school, first edition. I remember my friends and I like going to Books a Million and the other places and like trying to saving up to buy those first edition books. And then, early in college, I'd say I didn't really play anymore after that. And it was only about 5-6 years ago. Some of my friends who started were playing fifth edition said, "Hey, come on and play with us." And I was like, "Oh, that'll be awesome," because I love playing a lot of different characters, but paladins are my main go-to, and I've learned hopefully not to play them as like complete jerks as a stereotype. We'll see what folks think.
Awesome. Yeah, and it's funny because I started freelancing with Goodman Games. They didn't know that we were related either, even though we share the last name and everything. So they finally figured it out, and so there's going to be an adventure that's coming out like 2 weeks, I guess, in the Goodman Games yearbook that they intentionally gave all of the artwork to Clef to do because they figured out that connection. So that's pretty cool.
That's awesome.
So awesome. Well, thanks, guys. So tonight's session is going to pick up back in the village of Hamlet. The village of Hamlet has sort of become sort of a destination for would-be adventurers to come to. And there's sort of like a ritualistic kind of thing for it. If you're up-and-coming adventurer, it is sort of expected that you're going to make the pilgrimage to Hamlet and go to the Inn of the Stumbling Ogre and take a job there. And that's sort of your initiation into kind of this loose fraternity of adventurers that spans the world of Greyhawk. And so that is sort of its place in the world. It is much larger than it was maybe a decade ago when the adventures of the Temple of Elemental Evil were happening. It has since blossomed and grown and become sort of a hub within the region for trade and travel and such. The roads are much safer these days with the castle that has been built there that is managed by a local who has sort of ascended to knighthood, a man by the name of Elmo. And so, but it is still, yes, sort of a destination. So many of you have likely come here looking for some work and looking for that first kind of job that will cement your legitimacy or whatnot. But others of you, as is probably the case for Rollin and Gareth, you are no stranger to this place. You've actually been on a number of adventures already. And so the two of you might be getting called in, probably Sir Gareth, just because of your maybe the reputation you've built and being a knight. Maybe you're being pulled in to sort of bring some veteran expertise to this group. And Rollin, being a druid, your talents are probably being pulled in because the nature of what you're going to be asked to be doing has to do with a very sort of unnatural disturbance in the gnarly forest. You don't have the details quite yet, but that is your understanding as to why you have been summoned by Elmo to meet together at the Inn of the Stumbling Ogre. We've got some rerolls coming in. Looks like a player reroll from Lyra and a player reroll from Casey. So thanks all for those. So the way player rerolls work, the audience will buy stuff, throw stuff into the game sometimes. Typically, we've got nice people in the audience who just want to throw rerolls in the mix. Let's hope it just ends there. But basically, you got two rerolls that are sort of in this floating pool, and any of the players can at any time cash those in if they feel that they've got an important role that they just like to see turn into a success. And you can use one reroll on. You can't just keep re-rolling the same thing. You got to take the result of the second roll, and you just move on. So. Yes, typically we have good people. So anyway, you all have arrived here at the Inn of the Stumbling Ogre. It is it's like kind of like this big, large 2-story building. There's a little stables off to the side on the south side of the building, and Once you get inside its door frame and you're in the bar hall, you'll just see it's got this very kind of rustic kind of feel. Like everything, the walls, the support beams are kind of this rough timber feel, and all the tables are kind of that way as well. Barkeep is at the bar. There's maybe a smattering, maybe probably less than just a handful of locals that are here taking in a late breakfast or getting a little bit of food before they go and attend to their daily lives or daily chores or whatnot. And the barkeep kind of sees as you all are coming in one by one, he's directing you to head to one of the private side rooms where there is a very large, long table that has been already laid out with refreshments for you all. And as you're navigating in there, one by one, eventually the entire party will collect around that table and take a seat. And Rhonda, the barmaid, is coming in to refill drinks and make sure you have everything you need. And there is a sort of a, I guess, a cultural tradition that when you are new to town or new to the inn, that you are to come up with some kind of tale, entertain the group with a story, and then they are to guess whether your story is true or not. And so I think, why don't we start here with Orville? And why don't you share a story about Orville's background, whether true or not, and then the group can determine whether it's true or not.
Oh, uh, I'm an elf, and as you can see, I look really old. And elves don't usually look old, and I'm not really that old for an elf. And what happened was I was cursed to make me look old. I don't know why mom did that, but I think I made some comment about how much older she was than me, and she didn't like it, so she cursed me, and I could never show my face. I kind of left home after that, but no one ever believes me I'm an elf because I look so old. But that's the way it is, I guess. I took up being a wizard so that someday, when I get good enough, I could come out reverse this curse. But I haven't been able to do it. That's it.
That's the story.
That's the story.
So what do you all think? Is that a true story or is that a fabrication?
I'd say it's a true story.
Oh. Still talk to your mom?
Well, I sent her a birthday card. That way I can write on the bottom, "You're still older than me."
You make sure to get the card that specifies what the age is.
I think my character will.
That's kind of hard when it comes to elves. They don't make those kind of numbers.
Those are really long aisles.
I think my character will think it's true.
True?
Yeah. Why not?
Well, Orville, I have to say that love is a powerful force in any world, and the love that a mother has for a child, in my experience, knows no bounds. Have you ever asked your mother for forgiveness? Perhaps if you went to her and told her you're sorry instead of sending her cards reminding why she laid such a curse upon you, perhaps there's a chance she would lift this evil. So, but it certainly my knowledge, my experience with wizards and the arcane, they would be capable of such action. So this sounds like it has the ring of truth to me.
Is that everyone?
What is does Raphael have a vote or a feeling?
Why, I believe that it's false. I do not believe you were cursed. I believe this may be a natural thing.
So what is it?
It's true.
It's a true. Okay.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah.
Ouch.
Mom just has a wicked temper.
So I think maybe we'll go to Raphael to hear their story.
Why, hello, my name is Raphael. I too have been cursed in a way. Cursed by being born into a snooty family with too high of standards. I go out and I try to live the good life, and all of a sudden they no longer want anything to do with me. So I find my way on the streets and I become very close with the townsfolk. There's not a city that we can go to that I will not be able to show you around and figure out the ways and the ins and outs very quickly. You know, I do pretty good most of the time. Sometimes I do shiny things to attract me, but it's tough out here. So my tale is that I was born into a very wealthy royal family.
All right. So as you're all taking in the story, what are some of the verdicts on this one?
I don't know. Can you say some fancy words for us?
Uh, Depends. Every person's view of fancy is different from one to the other. Why?
Um,
Do you mean by syllables? Do you mean by definition?
yeah, those.
Okay. Well, sometimes my intellect can be astronomically larger than the people that I tend to associate myself with when I come back and forth from the street, and sometimes people pillage, but I like to think of more as investment, growth, and opportunity.
You.
That I think it's true.
It has to be.
Hmm. My character Malthus is from a noble family, and he doesn't believe that it is true.
You're right, it's false. I was actually born in just an orphanage, man, and I've learned how to disguise myself in and out so I can make my way through the streets with any type of group or society of people.
Gee whiz, you're good.
Awesome.
Well, there are a few
We might
schools
need
harder than the streets, Raphael, and I can only imagine what you've been through. But no, here you're among friends and you're safe. So, and I hope you'll be able to curtail your love for shiny objects, at least while you travel in my company, good sir.
That I can make a promise to, my friend.
And how about a story from Malthus?
So Malthus is an older paladin. He is, not as well kempt as you would think a paladin would be, and so he would stand up and tell his story. And he would say, "Once I was with a group of other adventurers, and one of them was my brother. And we were told in this village that people were just disappearing. So we decided to investigate, and we headed to this old ruin. When we entered, it's almost like we fell asleep. And when we woke up, we were chained in this sort of dungeon cell. We were chained to the wall. And eventually we figured out how to get out, and we got out of the cell. And unfortunately, though, my brother was killed by this 8-foot monster with like 2 sets of arms. And obviously, that was I had to get out of there. Okay, I had to get out of there. I couldn't really process what happened to my brother at that time, and so eventually, I was running, and we all reached this arena. It was filled with all these bug type people, and I decided to fight the biggest bastard there, and I won. But as soon as I won, everything went black. Everything went black, and woke up side of the ruin alone without my brother.
Well, Garrett's going to go over and put a hand on Malthus's shoulder and just say that I can only imagine the pain you've been through, my brother, and losing kin. That is terrible. But you must not blame yourself for what happened. And if there's a way that I can help you in the future, perhaps we can go and look for your brother. Know that I'm ready to aid you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And he takes another swig.
Hmm.
I
Your
don't know.
truth. Go ahead.
Doesn't sound right to me. I'm going to say false.
Well, what's your brother's name?
Janus.
Oh,
Janus.
that's
Janus Arja. Janus. Janus.
oh. Yeah, that sounds like a real name. Yeah, I trust you.
Raphael, what do you think?
How old is your brother?
My brother was very young. He was only about 26.
And today he would be.
Today he would be about 45.
You're either a good liar or this is a true story. And I'm sorry.
Well, it is a false story. It is a false story. It happened to a rogue that I actually know by the name of Harley Stroh. So.
Oh man, do you have a brother?
No, I don't have a brother. No, I do have a brother. I have brothers and sisters, but it's a longer story.
Oh.
Yeah. Gareth looks a little crestfallen.
I'm gonna go over and give you a pat on the back, Gareth. It's okay, buddy.
Just doing this for
You
drinks.
lie pretty well for a paladin.
I should tell you a lot about me, Gareth. How old is Gareth?
He's older. He's actually about my age, as you see, about a middle-aged man, middle-aged human.
Okay, yeah, me too.
And can I ask what deity you follow, Malthus?
Hieronymus?
Yes, Heronius.
Heronius, yeah.
Yes. I too follow the Lord Paladin. That's interesting. Well, perhaps we can speak more of this on our journeys together.
Gareth, I don't know how much of a believer I am these days. Seen some really bad things. Betrayed a couple times, more than a couple times.
Well, to walk a path where your one's faith is tested is never simple, but perhaps that's why we've met. Perhaps that's why the Lord Paladin has brought us together.
Yeah. So Malthus smiles a little bit and feels a little better.
And while you're having this conversation, at some point the door opens and you see a man who looks maybe a little bit unkempt, kind of got kind of an unruly beard, hair that's been kind of pulled back into a ponytail, and he's wearing like chainmail, and he has this like kind of tabard that is draped over him, big long cloak that follows him. And it's all a little bit ill-fitting, I would say, and he's wearing like kind of the clasp of his cloak is this ornamental pin that has embellishing it a symbol that shows him to be aligned or affiliated with the city-state of Verbabag. So it is a clasp, and it's got kind of emeralds on it, and it depicts like this tree, and then the kind of the detail around the clasp is the series of golden leaves, which is the symbol of Verbabank. Those of you that have been around a while, he's looking a little sloppy as he walks in. He's got a big mug of ale that's sort of spilling off the top. But this is Elmo, and he kind of nobody's like standing up to salute him or anything. He just like throws his hand up. Oh, at ease. And he goes and he kind of sits down he pulls his chair up to like kind of the hearth and takes a big swig of his tankard, puts it on the table and lights up his pipe. And he just starts like talking like sort of assumptive, assuming that you all know who he is and that he's the person that has called you and summoned you for this meeting. He says, "All right, so let's see. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, everybody's here. That's good. I think I only sent out 5 letters, so let's get started here. We got a big problem in the gnarly forest. I'm getting reports of this very unruly tree that has been growing on up there. They say it's evil tree spawning demons. And I sent an agent of mine out that way, and she hasn't come back. So I'm kind of concerned, and I thought maybe this problem might need to have a little bit more manpower behind it. So the 5 of you are here. I will pay each of you, let's say, 50 gold pieces a pop to go out there and check out the situation. We can provide you with directions to find this place. Takes a big swig of his ale. That about sums it up. Are we clear about the particulars of this mission that I've set before you?
Oh, so you're telling me that an innocent little tree is having demon babies?
Well, I don't think it's innocent. That's not a word that has been in any of the reports I've gotten about this situation. It sounds like it is, what did I say? Evil. Infernal. Maybe that's a better word to describe it. From out of this world, they say. Well, I say they, that makes it sound like more than one. It's really only one person.
And my lord, may I ask, have you been in touch with Squire Cajo or Dame Libby on this matter? Have you sent word to them about this disturbance in the forest?
I haven't yet. I'm hoping that you might be able to give me more detailed information about it, or maybe we could cut down the tree or deal with it in some way. We can get rid of it.
Did you say demon spawns?
I did say yes. I don't know if that's 100% accurate. These are secondhand accounts from the first-hand account of my agent who went out there to take a look at it.
And what can you tell us about this agent? Should we also be trying to find her?
Well, if you could find her, that'd be really good. I think that Byrne will get really upset with me if he finds out that I lost Millie.
Millie?
Well, she wanted to find a way to be useful, and I said, go check on this tree situation. I heard some of the elven scouts and such that have come through town have said there's an area of the forest to stay away from. And it seems like it is growing, and been hearing more and more strange reports from that area, so she hasn't come back.
Yeah, we definitely have to go look then. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
She's a good kid.
I don't know where she was.
Does anybody have an axe? We've got to chop down this tree. I mean,
I don't know. Hold on. We don't know if this poor little innocent tree really is the cause of this. I've never heard of a tree having demon babies. I mean, did the demons have leaves or branches or something? Like, what did it look like? The mama or the dad? Like, what is going? I don't understand. I don't think so.
Let me see here. It looks like it is growing in something of a apple orchard, littered with bones and
Oh,
dead bodies.
it's good fertilizer.
Yeah.
Look, there doesn't have to be a positive to every situation. I don't think there is an upshot here. I think it's all bad.
Are the apples still edible?
Did not comment on the edibility of the apples. I mean, maybe. I like a good cider, so if you can salvage any apples, make that an objective B.
Sure.
You mean after finding Millie? That would probably be objective C.
Objective C, yes.
Yeah.
Maybe make that
Find
objective A, Millie, because I'm telling you, Byrne would be very upset with me if something bad were to happen to her.
I would
So
too.
Millie A. Find out what's up with the tree. B. C. If the apples are good, bring them back.
That seems fair. That seems fair.
I think I'd stay away from those apples.
Hmm. Indeed, caution probably warranted in such a situation, especially if there's some evil power at work here.
There might be some evil ability forced on you if you start eating them things.
Yeah, abandon the apple plan. It's a bad plan.
The
Mm.
some of these trees actually have their own intelligence, and they may be able to actually speak to you.
Yes, I was hoping maybe Rollin might be able to help us find a way to communicate.
Oh yeah, they're great. Yeah, the blueberry bushes out back. Oh, lovely, lovely. Oh, such great stories.
Well, they call me Orville the Green because I have a vast interest in plants.
Really?
Oh.
I did not know
Yeah.
that.
Hmm.
Wow.
Yeah.
Saint Cuthbert bless us all.
Wow.
Well, when I got kicked out, when I left home because of my condition, I spent a lot of time in the woods. So I even have a spell, that it's green flame blade because I like the green.
Oh.
Yeah. I don't know as much about plants as what a druid would know, though.
Oh no. I'm sure. I mean, plants are plants. It's great. It's good. I'm happy that you're
Well,
showing your love through that
Well,
weapon.
As an elf, we have a love of nature. So
Hold on, you're an elf?
yeah,
Oh,
our Fey ancestry, and
they look a little rough. Maybe get some more
Uh,
sleep.
well, you weren't here when I was telling my story about my
That's
condition.
okay. That's okay.
You should see my mom. She's a lot older than me.
Oh, I'd rather.
All right, now we talked about that, but
Okay.
but certainly having you along could be beneficial since we are trying to negotiate a peaceful coexistence and a new pathway for commerce through the gnarly woods. And I would just mention that the squire and the dame, they expressed an interest in perhaps seeing a new knightly order founded, one that would care for the gnarly wood and those who traveled through it. And perhaps those of us who are new to our company, especially you, Malthus, and you, Raphael, you would consider joining that order. I'm in need of friends and allies to help us carve out a place of safety within the wood.
Elmo just says that would be fantastic if we could secure that area, and a knighthood like has been in the woods historically to safeguard that area would be honoring that tradition and carry it on to a new generation. So Gareth, I invite you here exactly for that purpose. Maybe that all starts here today. Is there any more details that I can provide you? I don't have many, as you can plainly see. And he just kind of looks a little disappointed in himself that he doesn't have more. You'll probably be able to pick up. There's a lot of guilt that's weighing on him. He sent this relatively young, naive druid out to deal with something that he thought, in the early goings of his reports, he heard something about some kind of a wicked tree, and it sounded like a pretty low stakes thing. But it sounds like he's realizing now that it might be something more, and that's why he's got to assemble a bigger team to go and take care of it. But he offers you that reward of 50 gold pieces each to kind of go out there and check it out, and he can give you some directions as to how to find this place. It's about maybe 3 days journey on foot to get out to there.
Don't worry, we'll find her, and we'll bring her back. And I've only been to the woods myself a couple of times, but I feel like I know some parts of the path fairly well by now. But still, it'd be good to have such an experienced party along, especially you, Roland.
Oh, well, I'm happy you're here too. It seems like you're a little bit more familiar with the place than I am. Yeah, I think, I guess, I mean, I'm ready. I want to make sure Milla's okay. That's for sure.
Yeah, we shouldn't waste this light. We should be on our way as soon as possible.
There is one, folks. There is one place would like to stop though before we head out. Bit of good
Yeah, I would
luck.
suggest we stop by the temple of St. Cuthbert for a blessing as we leave.
Oh,
I know the brothers that work there, and if anyone needs
oh,
any equipment,
yeah, cool. Yeah, I mean, we could stop there first if you want.
I could always take a blessing.
Yeah.
What were you thinking, Roland?
Well, there's this pen a little bit out of ways around town. Used to hold a donkey that would. I mean, he was such a good fella. I swear. We would talk so much, and it went away. Then there were some kobolds in the pen. I haven't been in town recently, so I really don't know what's in that pen now. But you give it a coin, and it just shines. Like it just makes your day so bright. I mean, it's just nature, just the glories of nature, just shown throughout these animals and creatures. I don't know why the kobolds stayed there, but I don't know if they're still there. But they're pretending they're at a donkey last time. We'll see what's going on.
So would
they
you
were
like?
still there the last time I was there.
Yeah. So you want to stop by the roadside temple to Farlongen?
Sure, after the St. Cuthbert. Sure.
Okay. So you go up to the hill to the much more established looking church of St. Cuthbert, and I guess it would be Calmert is running the show up there these days. Brother Calmert would meet you at the church doors and welcome you in, recognizing I'm sure Sir Gareth, and welcome you in for a blessing and to say some prayers to St. Cuthbert.
Thank you, brother. Good to see you. And Gareth will kind of briefly fill him in on our mission and why we've come in seeking a blessing, and he'll ask particularly Malthus if he wants to join him in a prayer, asking for Hieronymus's blessing for their mission.
Yes.
Well, while they're in the church, I'm going to be casting Find Familiar.
Okay. And what does your familiar look like?
An owl.
An owl. Okay. So you summon forth an owl. Malthus and Gareth, you maybe spend an hour or so in kind of communion with Calmert and Heronius, some prayers to St. Cuthbert, and you'll both get a blessing that will be you basically get a point of inspiration, so you can use that in advance of a die roll and get advantage on it. And then after that, you wish to make a stop at the Temple of Farlongen, or the Church of St. Farlongen. And so basically what this is it's sort of a little roadside church, like a kind of a one room sort of, country church looking thing. Peeling paint, like it looks pretty shabby, but there is some pews in there and a little altar to Farlongen, and there is typically an attendant there, a priest, usually a traveling priest, so it's not always the same person. We'll say that she's not in at the moment, but there is a stables that sits right alongside this little church, and there is indeed a pen where there is, I believe, 1 donkey currently, and 3 kobolds that are just sitting like on little stacks of hay, just patting their bellies, and they've got little toothpicks. They're picking their teeth, and then they see you all. They throw the toothpick aside, and they come scampering over, and they like try to make themselves look like super like pathetic and maybe kind of cute. And there's like this little dispenser that sits on a pole, kind of like the little thing that you'd see at a zoo, where there's like some little hay pellets or whatever inside, and it looks like a little slot with a handle where you could slide a coin in and turn, and it would dispense some of this feed.
I think Roland would go, "Come on, everybody! Here's a coin, everybody!" And he's gonna hand out a coin to each. Oh, it's great! And don't worry about that. Hey, how you doing? How you doing, fellas? Doing good. You look like you're
hungry.
Oh yeah, come. Okay, yeah, sure. All right, okay,
Starving.
everybody, here. Someone else do it first. I love it. Oh, this is amazing. Check this out.
All right, I'm gonna do it. I put the coin in the machine, do a little twist, scamper up with the food. I put the food out to them, and see what happens.
And they're eating out of your hand like they're goats or something, sticking their little kobold necks out and eating. The donkey's just sitting there. Like, the donkey seems almost put off by this them debasing themselves to this kind of behavior to get a free meal. But they've figured out that this works, and they've decided that this is better than toiling away in the wilderness where they'll just get slaughtered by an adventurer or two. Like, this is the best place for them. So they do this and play along. You get a point of inspiration, a little blessing from Farlongen for taking care of these little creatures as you head out on your own journey.
Awesome, thank you.
It's a miracle the donkey hasn't starved with these 3 rapscallions grabbing up every scrap of feed thrown its way.
Oh, it does okay. What is the donkey's name? I'm assuming that we've at least talked a few times.
Yeah. So this is like the not
I know.
Odie.
This is not Odie.
So I don't remember if he got a name or not, but
That's fine.
We'll say it's Sheldon.
Sheldon?
Sheldon.
Hey, Sheldon, how you doing there?
And you've got
Yeah, I'll cast speak with with animals just for this, because why not? We have a few days. Yes.
He's like
A ritual cast it.
Hey, Roland.
Hey, good to see you. You still doing okay? How's that back leg doing?
It's good. It's much better.
That's good. You hungry? I know. Are you good?
I could do something to eat, but those
Get on over here. It's fine. It's fine. I'll come around.
Okay.
I'll come to you. Hold on. And I'll go ahead and do the coin. Here, don't get up. It's fine. Oh, it's good. It's good to talk to you, though. Hope you're doing okay.
Scampering over. He kicks him aside.
Serves you right. Come on, Sheldon. Trying to talk with my buddy here. And he'll talk. I think whatever else is going on, he's going to be talking about old times and stuff. Talking about he's heard from Odie and just stuff like that.
He'd say like he hasn't seen Odie in a while. He thinks that Odie's pet is busy, maybe with some things down to the south. So he hasn't seen him in a while.
Yeah. Odie's pet. That's true. Yeah, he'd be like, "Yep."
But he asks you, you're heading out. I haven't seen Millie in a while. She's the
that's
one
where
that
we're
usually
going.
feeds me.
Well, that's right, Millie. She's apparently they're telling us there's like a demon tree or something. I don't know what's going on. They think a tree is giving birth to demons in the forest, and I'm sure it's something else.
Oh,
I don't know,
I
but
don't
we're
envy you.
going out, and
I'm
well, unfortunately, Millie is kind of missing, so we're trying to go
Oh.
look for her. Yeah.
Well, I hope you find her. I'm
Oh
gonna
yeah.
stay in this pen where it's nice and
Oh yeah.
safe.
I wasn't gonna ask you. I'm not gonna ask you to come on out. I don't. Yeah. No, it's no biggie.
I mean, we know each other, but we don't know each other that well.
Oh. It's okay. It's fine, Sheldon. Like, and he's having this whole conversation, and he's just like, "Yeah," like that's all that's going on back and forth to everyone else. So,
Awesome. So yeah, you all get a point of inspiration for either, praying up at the Church of St. Cuthbert or coming down here to interact with this sort of local custom. Is there anything else that y'all need to do before you head out? Otherwise,
I think you might be muted if you're.
Is there a place I could buy an axe?
absolutely. Yeah. There's a general store. Um, whatever it costs in the player's handbook is what it costs. So.
So let me see. I think I have 10 gold.
Oh
I don't
yeah,
have enough
it'll
axe.
be less than that.
Okay.
Actually, Gareth will pay for it. Right? Maybe offer to buy 2 or 3 axes that the party could use. He's like, "Don't worry, Rollin. I mean, only if necessary, of course."
You would see Roland kind of a bit worried when you're doing that, but he's yeah. Okay.
5 gold.
All right.
Yeah, I'll pay it.
My friend, I appreciate you.
It's all right. All of us start somewhere, Raphael.
All right. Well, with that, like I said, it'll be like a 3-day journey. So it'd be kind of heading out, likely doing a lot of kind of off the road travel to get to this kind of remote location. And so you'll be traveling through the rolling hills for the vast majority of those 3 days until eventually you will see the outline of the gnarly forest to the south east of you. And following directions that you would have gotten from Lord Elmo, we'll start to head and cut into the forest. Now it is a little bit of precision in these directions is not exactly there. It's a lot of trying to look for very unusual landmarks and things like that, and then trying to guess a little bit at the interpretation of where you're supposed to head. So could I have one of you perhaps do a survival check to see if you can follow these directions?
And maybe as we're traveling, I mean, Gareth would also ask Rollin. He's like, I saw you speaking, I assume, with the donkey. Perhaps there would be a way we could ask any creatures of the forest what they know about this tree. Perhaps they've heard tell of it and could tell us where to find it.
I did a survival check.
Okay. So maybe you're navigating along and maybe keeping that kind of idea in place. But it almost becomes not necessary because you do manage to follow the directions, and maybe within 2 hours of being in the forest early on the 3rd day, you know exactly that the fact that you've come to the right place, because there is something very unusual happening in front of you in a clearing that becomes very apparent. And you see up ahead, maybe a mile or so, that there's this towering tree that just darkens the atmosphere. It's way, way taller than any of the other foliage that you see on the outskirts of the forest. And it's unusual in its shape and appearance as well as its size. It almost kind of like the trunk, which is enormous, spans up maybe like 100 feet. And then it starts to kind of turn and twist, almost like a serpent reaching up towards the sky. And you kind of get the sense that it's so big and sprawling, and the way that it like twists and maneuvers, it kind of it almost like kind of corkscrews up, and like its massive trunk has all these branches that then like stem off of that main kind of spiral. But its bark appears scorched by hellfire. It's got almost a black looking charred trunk, and you don't see any leaves on it. All of its like limbs just look like these dead arms that reach out over the forest. And you continue forward, and eventually you get to this glade where the base of the trunk is. And so you're like within maybe 100 feet of it at this point as you travel closer. And you can see that there in this glade there's almost like this red like fog, or this like red mist that seems to kind of crackle with energy. And littered on the ground, you can see the description of what Elmo had told you about seems to be true, that you just see like bone material that is strewn about, like animal bones and maybe even humanoid bones. But then like these large protrusion, almost like teeth that jut up out of the ground, like 4 to 5 feet tall, just razor sharp, like they must belong to some kind of unnatural creature from outside of this world because of just how large they are. And you can see fallen apple trees seems to have fallen over and become displaced by these weird growths that are coming up out of the ground, almost like these giant teeth just uprooted those trees and they fell over.
Can I recognize like what the cause of the mist is, or
Sure. Why don't you make a Arcana check?
right, let's see.
So, I'll take the 13. You're not like 100% sure, but kind of some of the environmental pieces that you're seeing here match descriptions that you've read about that belong to the abyss. And so maybe your early guess about what's happening here is that it's almost like a part of maybe that realm has been like transplanted and placed here, or somehow there's some sort of invasion kind of happening.
Well, hey guys, this here mist reminds me of this book I read one time that was all about the abyss in it. I think this may be. I think what he was saying about demon spawns may be true, because we seem to have some small proof of it so far.
Mm. It's not like any tree I've ever seen.
Yeah, sure. Abnormally large and evil looking. True.
Yeah.
So,
Unfortunately, I guess I'm gonna have to agree with you, fellas. Don't look like an innocent tree. I mean, I can't believe I didn't know I'd be able to, just looking at a tree, just assume that it isn't innocent. But I mean, it don't look good. And what is it? What suppose you think that those jaws? So it's just like teeth. It's like skeletal, kind of like teeth, kind of around, kind of just.
Yeah, just very large, almost like canine incisors. It's kind of like got a curvature to it.
I know that it's been a little bit, but I think Roland, the first thing, as soon as, like, once he's there and he sees that, could he look around maybe the outskirts, see if there's some type of struggle or something, see if there's any like clues, if Millie might still be around somehow, maybe looking at the ground and whatnot.
Sure. Do either a survival or an investigation, whichever you'd like.
Can we help them? I mean, I think more than one of us would be joining in on that search.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could take advantage on that.
Okay, I'll do an advantage. Here we go. 21.
So as you're kind of looking about the debris, one thing that you find is this really large, maybe 3 to 4 feet in diameter. This like almost looks like a pod. And it's broken. There's kind of like some disgusting kind of residue that seems to have leaked out of this thing. But best, you're being a druid and everything. Your best guess is that this is some kind of like seed. And you're looking up at the tree, and you can see things that are like similar shaped. This kind of orbital shape, and it's almost got sort of at the top of it, like where it would connect to the tree, sort of this kind of extra layer of protection around it. And it looks like there's all these seed podlings that are up there. It looks like something that maybe dropped out of the tree. And it looks like it broke open and something escaped out of this.
How
pod.
large? How large is the seed pod?
Like 4 feet. We'll say 4 feet in diameter.
Oh. Mm.
Keep your eyes peeled. If any of those other pods are up there, you don't want to get hit by one.
Yes, this doesn't look good, but no sign of Millie.
No direct sign of Millie.
So Garrett's going to reach out and, with his divine sense, is there, if there is a touch of the infernal here, perhaps I can sense it.
You definitely sense infernal presence. Not directly, like in terms of that ability. It's not like you pick up like an individual demon within 60 feet of you, but you can feel that type of presence is here. And like the tree itself would probably pick up on that.
Yeah, I don't know if the rest of you can sense it, you Rollin or you Malthus, but me, there is definitely evil here.
Yes, absolutely. But is there any kind of opening within the trunk, within the bottom part of this tree, or?
You look over at the bottom part of the tree, and like the roots seem very firmly established into the earth. And you don't see any openings down here, but as you're looking over there, you do see a form. It looks like a female elf who has red hair, and there's just like a fury that is in her eyes, and she looks like really whipped up into a frenzy. She's holding this she's kind of dressed in sort of this naturalistic kind of leathers, and kind of adorned with maybe like a cloak of leaves and things like that, a crown of flowers on her head. But she looks disheveled. Like she looks almost like her face is dirty, and she looks exhausted, like she's just drenched in sweat. And she's got this spear with a serrated blade at the top, and she's just like stabbing at this tree. And it looks like she's probably been at this for some time, because she looks like she's at almost like the end of her rope, like she's about to maybe pass out from exhaustion. And you just see like there's like little stab wounds, kind of superficial, in the bark of the tree.
I call over, Brother Gareth, come here. Is this Millie? Millie.
Yeah, we call out to her, even in Elvish.
You call out to her in Elvish, and she whips around. Her hair kind of like whips around, and she gives you this like truly almost possessed look. And she says, "What did you call me? What are you doing here?" And she's like marching forward, and she takes like the tip of the spear, and she like places it like almost like right under Malthus, your like chin.
Whoa, Millie.
Yeah,
Millie,
Extend our
calm down.
hand. We're here as friends. We're looking for you.
It's
I
me.
am
It's
not
raw.
Millie.
Oh, does it look like Millie? Because
No.
I've. Oh. Oh.
No, it's an elf.
Okay. Oh wait. Oh, that's. Oh, that isn't Millie.
I was
Came to
wondering if
investigate
it was
this
a tree spirit.
Yes. Don't hurt my friend. We're here as allies. We try
Gareth.
persuasion.
Yeah, do a persuasion. See if you can calm her down. Like she's like just yelling nonsense. She'll listen for a second.
We're just looking for somebody that's missing. I have persuasion as well. Could I?
Yeah,
as well, or?
let's see. Let's see how Sir Gareth does first.
Oh, no. Not my best roll.
So let's take the other persuasion as well. Let's see how you do, and I'll average the two.
I'd probably insult her.
Okay. So the two of you together kind of try to calm her spirits a bit, and she looks at you kind of warily, and she just kind of sighs and she withdraws the spirit. She just goes and she chucks it at the tree, and it just very futilely it strikes the tree and then it doesn't stick, it just falls. She says, Millie, you're looking for it. There was one person that came through here. She has since gone up into the tree to deal with this wickedness, but I told her it was futile. She would not listen. She was just obnoxiously bubbly and positive, saying that there's always I don't know. She felt she could do something to talk to the evil that layers within this tree at its peak.
She's great, isn't she?
Druid.
Yes, she said she was a follower of the old faith and that she would follow in the traditions of her gods to try to sanctify this place, but there is no help that can come from the gods here. This thing has become intractable. It is inevitable. But it's all my fault.
Is this always?
She just kind of starts weeping.
What'd you do? This poor tree. Was this tree here before?
It wasn't here but 2 weeks ago. Can you believe it? She's just looking at its massive form, and she tells you, 2 weeks ago, this place is my grove. This is my apple orchard. And I was approached by a scurry of woodland creatures that asked me to help them to cultivate a tree, a place that they could call home. They told me that it was a gift from the Feywild, and that they needed my help to cultivate it, and give it the nutrition and the care that it needed to grow in this place. Only 3 days after I planted it, this thing had already grown 20 feet tall. These strange seeds budding from its tree branches. Almost overnight, my orchard fell into ruin, as you can see. And it started birthing these unnatural creatures, demonic squirrels.
Come again? What did you say?
They look
Demonic
like
squirrels?
squirrels.
Look, cute
Made
little
them
squirrels.
demonic.
I thought they were cute at first too, but they're deceiving. They're agents of the hells.
Foaming at the mouth.
I've seen that before too, but nothing. They're not like that. These are true evil incarnate. worry that the tree is only the beginning of something much worse. I think they are using it to draw in a greater presence.
Well, you must not lose hope, my lady. I am sorry for the tragedy that's befallen your orchard, but where there is hope, there is also the chance to rebuild. And I'm sure that Squire Cajo and Dame Livy would aid us were they aware of the situation. We don't have your name, though, my lady. I am Garrett. These are my friends, Malthus, Raphael, Orvold, uh, and Rollin.
Have these scorch marks on this tree, is that something you attempted to do to burn it, or how did they come about?
She'll tell you that her name is what's a good elven name? We'll say Elaine is her name. She says no, the scorch marks are, I believe, a product of where this tree originates from. This is how the tree has always been. Needs no help. Needs no help bearing.
So I'm assuming that it's probably impervious to flame, since it might have been born from flame. I was just thinking of ways to destroy it.
She says it doesn't seem to be vulnerable to any type of damage that I have found.
Perhaps from the inside, then.
She would tell you that she has seen the creatures that approached her. They come and go, it would seem, from the kind of the apex of where the trunk eventually, like, all of its branches kind of stem from this piece at the top where there is a small cavity that seems to be a hollow chamber within the tree that they are dwelling in. She believes that whatever they are preparing or colluding to summon into the world is probably happening within that hollowed out chamber. But it is hundreds upon hundreds of feet in the sky. And as you're looking up,
My dear friend,
it is easily like 100 feet sheer distance up to the point where maybe the tree's trunk kind of starts to even out to a point where you'd be able to walk it. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
oh, you're good. I was just gonna say, my dear friend, you said creatures have approached you they've come from inside the tree. Have you, by any chance, noticed how many and maybe how often they come out of the tree?
She says at this point it's impossible to say how many. The original group that treated with her was 6, but now there have been many more that have been birthed from the tree. So,
When you say birth, do they come out of that hollow up there, or do they rise up out of the ground, or how? Where do they come from?
She'd point at that seed pod that Rollin was looking at, and she would say that the seedlings that drop off of the branches seem to be the thing that creates them, that bears them.
How quickly do the pods tend to fall?
She would say like once every. It seems like what she's noticed is like 3 days seems to be like kind of the from nothing on the branch to it becoming fully formed to it dropping, about 3 days.
You try to fight one of these hell squirrels?
She said she would if they would confront her, but it almost she would say it's like they're taunting me. They're toying with me by allowing me to be here. They avoid confrontation with me and just Oh, I'm sorry, what was that?
Are those hill squirrels up in the tree there someplace?
Good nod. Yes. Yes, they come and go as they please, occasionally relishing in my growing madness as my orchard has become corrupt.
And these bones, my lady, Elaine, where did they come from?
They came from the ground. They came with the tree. This area, this corruption is growing. This area was but a small distance from the trunk of this tree, and now, as you can see, it spans a distance of 100 feet, and it continues to creep into the forest.
Well, we have to stop this corruption. And he reaches out to her and says, You look exhausted, my lady. I suggest you withdraw and recover your strength. But tell us first, why did Millie believe that entering the tree she would be able to end this corruption?
I don't know. I warned her about going up there alone. I warned her against the numbers, and she seemed to have faith that these old gods that she worships would see her through to her mission. She believed it was her duty to try and take on this problem. She mentioned she didn't want to worry the others, that everyone else has large tasks in front of them, that she needed to take this one on herself.
And how would she manage to traverse such a height? And he's looking up at the tree. And indeed, how will we do so?
So as you're looking up, it is very gnarled, and so it is possible, even without like a grappling hook or a rope, like one could conceivably like climb right up the side of it using its natural kind of little footholds and such to get up there. The use of climbing gear, of course, will make it a bit easier, but it is possible.
I mean, if I need to, he's gonna kind of look back at. He'll look back at. He will look back at Sir Gareth and say, "If I need to, I mean, I could get I could get a rope up there. I could climb up there, no problem."
I'll lend you my rope too, since it's more than 50 feet. You know, you might need more rope than that.
Oh, sure, yeah, I'll tie it together. Better do that now. And he'll
Yeah.
bring out his rope and tie it together. So I
Well, that
mean,
would be safer.
yeah, if y'all are we going up? I mean, I'm sorry, Elaine, but it looks like we might be going up too. These squirrels, they're up there too, you said?
Yes. Be careful.
Yeah.
They do not stare them in the eye.
Yeah, don't let them chew on the rope either.
I'll try not. I'll try to scare them off. How's that? Don't stare them in the eye. Why do you mean that though?
There's something, an unspeakable terror. When you stare into their eyes, they will flood you with your worst nightmares. Take caution.
Squirrels?
I wish I had a
Okay.
better word for them. They're not really squirrels. They just look like squirrels.
I'll send my owl up to to watch for the squirrels in case they're coming to interfere with your climbing. He can keep
Well,
a lookout.
yeah, before Roland climbs up, Garrett says, "Well, just a moment, perhaps there is something I can do to aid you against this effect." And he's going to cast protection from evil on Roland.
Sounds good.
Well, thank you. I think if anyone, I mean, Roland will look to everyone else. We're ready. We're gonna go up to this thing then. We're ready.
What about these teeth? Right? These teeth that were here. Anything about the teeth, Elaine, that we should know about?
She would sort of kind of put her hands up like she's like, I don't know what they are. what kind of creature they might belong to. It almost feels like they are the fangs of the earth itself, as they are deeply rooted. I haven't been able to knock them over or pull one up. They seem to just have displaced all of my poor apple trees. But you can rest assured that if this corruption is not rooted out, the whole of the gnarly forest will be bearing the fangs of the abyss.
All right. I think at that, Roland will begin to like, "Ah!" and like he'll give out a yell as he starts to transform into a giant spider. The rope he would kind of have put on his person, so it would kind of
Morph
turn
into
and
you.
yeah.
Okay, so you got climb speed, so you're going to start to scurry up there. There's a familiar up in the air. So you make it the 100 feet all the way up to right where, like I said, like it kind of starts to bend, like in the image that you see there. You can kind of see it like starts to kind of like form maybe like a 30-degree angle where it's like still kind of a little unnerving maybe to walk without a handrail or anything up the tree, but like it totally would be possible. So get up there, and then your plan is to morph back and hook the grappling hook.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Okay. So you tie together the two lengths of rope to make a 100-foot cable that you can draw down, hook it on something. Have the familiar do a perception check while it's up there. Okay.
Dude.
All right. So the rope is drops down. It looks like Rollin has it firmly connected up there and is possible to start climbing. So who would like to begin the ascent?
I'll go. Just because 100 feet up, that's the extent of my familiar anyway. So I can go up and he can maybe go up and look a little bit further or something. I may appear old, but I'm still an elf and I can climb good.
All right, so the elf begins to climb. Is this a situation where one person is going all the way up and then the next person and then the next person, or are you all kind of going together to be together?
I think maybe together. What do you guys think? Let's do it together.
Yeah, I'm wondering, is there a way, perhaps if we use a second rope, tied to each other, so that if somebody did slip, while they're climbing, we have a way to help catch them.
I do have a rope.
All right, so using
I'll offer up my rope.
using a third rope, you're going to connect your fates together, as it would be, and then start to kind of climb up. So the four of you start to climb up. We've got Roland at the top, out of the spider form, kind of looking down. And with the not so good perception check from the familiar, at some point, there's going to be two of these squirrel-like creatures that are going to kind of come from the opposite side of the tree and kind of scurry over, very like Looney Tunes style. Like they're up there, like at the rope. Like everybody can see them. Like you guys have like climbed like 50 feet up. The squirrels are like another like 30 feet away from you, maybe 20 feet down from where Rollin is, and you can see them. And they're medium-sized, or sorry, no, they are tiny-sized creatures. Maybe just a bit larger. We'll say they're like a 1.5 feet tall. They're just kind of like these plump, very squirrel-like looking creatures, but their fur is black as night. Their bushy tails just look kind of greasy and kind of disgusting. Kind of that same like residue, that slimy residue from the pod is kind of like lathering their fur, and just it's all matted and nasty looking. And their eyes are just like crimson and glowing. Their little noses are twitching, and they bare their claws and their fangs, and they grab the rope and they just start gnawing. So I think why don't we roll initiative here?
Mm-hmm.
And thank you for the subs from Percy and Ed. I appreciate that. Thanks for hanging out tonight. And I'm gonna be doing this kind of a little bit old school. I'm just gonna write them down because my guys are not in Foundry. All right. So what did I have from Orville?
9.
9. Malthus?
6.
Raphael?
17.
17. Rollin?
19.
And Gareth?
Gentleman's 11.
All right. These guys have a 21.
Oh no.
So they're up first, followed by Rollin, followed by Raphael, followed by Gareth, and then Orville, and then Malthus. So the squirrels are going to start. Yeah, they're trying to gnaw away at the rope. First one isn't going to be enough to substantially deal damage. It's just starting to rip away at it. The second one manages to do a bit of damage. I'm going to say the rope has I'm going to say it has 10 hit points. And it's gnawing through this rope. Like the rope you could see like it's like halfway through, and it's just like one more good bite on this thing and it's going to rip and you all are going to go falling. So that is that. Like I said, you guys are like 50 feet up from the ground, so you're like halfway up the rope. And then it's Rollin's turn.
Rollin will yell out, "Squirrel!" as loud as he can. I think he will cast a. He's going to cast an ice knife at one of the squirrels.
Oh, thank you for the DM reroll, Percy.
Oh,
If I would have seen that soon
Yeah.
enough, I would have used it on the first guy, but all right, ice knife on one of the squirrels.
mm-hmm. Here we go.
That will
23
hit.
to hit. All right, so it'll be this damage. Nine points.
9 points. All right.
And you said the other squirrel is nearby?
Yeah, they're both right next to each other. So, do they both make dex saves?
Hit, piercing, hit or miss. The shard then explodes and targets each creature within 5 feet of it. So,
Okay, so the other guy.
dex saving throw.
Um,
And do you want to beat a
he will fail.
13? Okay. So you're taking 2d6 cold damage. 6 points.
All right. You would probably notice that both of these just don't have like the full impact of what you're thinking. So they have resistance to both the piercing of the original and then both and the cold as well.
Okay. Mm, I think.
Well, I'm sorry, not the damage of it's a magical attack, so the original damage is good.
Okay. Sounds good.
The cold seems they're resistant to cold. Next up would be Raphael.
Can I get to within melee? How far away are they? Can I get to within
They
melee range?
are so I'm gonna say unless you get a climb speed, that your speed climbing up the rope is halved. So just kind of treat it like difficult terrain. So um you could get up to them with like by dashing, but that you wouldn't have an action left.
Okay. All right. I am going to. I'm gonna write this. I'm gonna throw my dagger at one of them.
Okay. There's one that's a little rough for wear, so we can say you're targeting that guy.
Okay. Let's see here. Did it roll?
I didn't see a roll come into Foundry, but oh, there it is.
Okay.
Okay, 19 will hit, and then it looks like 4 points of piercing damage. Awesome. Anything else from Raphael?
No, that'll be it.
Otherwise, we'll move to Gareth.
So we're basically holding on to the rope, and we're doing like Batman and Robin style, kind of like walking feet like up the tree, kind of.
Yep. It's kind of swaying a bit because they're gnawing at the rope, and
Yes, they are. And you said it's kind of a gnarly, bark on this tree, burned and scorched as it is. I'm wondering, worst case scenario, what are the chances of us getting a handhold on this tree if the rope gives way?
if you prematurely do that right now, like it'll just be automatic. At some point, I'll call for a check to see if you hang on to the tree. But it's very possible. If the rope were to snap, I would say if you've got a reaction, you could react and attempt to grab on with a skill check. But if you just decide right now to grab onto the tree, you could do that without a check
Okay.
right now.
Yeah, well, because Garrett, there's no way he could operate a bow, obviously, when he's got at least one hand on the rope at all times. So he's going to try to climb as best he can, which would be half the movement, right? So 15 feet up the rope, and then try and get a handhold on the bark. And he's going to call out, "Everyone, brace yourselves, just in case the rope gives way."
Sounds good. So you do that, kind of steady yourself on along the bark of the tree, and then it is Orville's turn.
How far away is Orville from the squirrels?
30 feet, we'll say.
Oh, so he's not going to be able to get there this time. Then I would assume. He's going to keep on climbing, yelling up at the squirrels to get away from that rope. I'll give you some. I'll give you some other stuff to eat. You don't have to chew on the rope. And he's going to throw an ice blade at him.
Okay. I'll give you something to eat.
Yeah.
Open
Yeah,
wide.
chew on this.
All right. Sounds good.
Hey, squirrels, catch my blade.
Ice Knife is a popular spell at the moment. An 18 will hit. and 13 points of damage. You, as the ice knife flies up, it strikes against this oily black fur of this creature. It kind of like explodes. It was almost like a pop, and as it does so, the creature just like is obliterated and pops out of existence. There's no body or anything that drops. It just goes back, summoned back to the hells. So one is down. The other one has to do a dex save for the extra cold damage that blows up with it. The other one will make the save, so he'll take half. Oh, I see how your thing rolled. Oh. Sorry. Your thing rolled all the damage together.
Yeah, I didn't know how to separate it. So.
Got it. So, sorry, the thing didn't die then. He only takes 2 points of damage, so he's still alive. Other one takes a little bit of that cold damage. So still our 2 of the demonic squirrels are up. Anything else from Orville?
No, he's just gonna keep climbing.
All right, it's Malthus's turn to see if you can do anything about this. So one of them looks pretty rough, but they're both still there, just feverishly gnawing at that rope.
Malthus is in the same boat as Gareth. So he won't be able to like throw a javelin or anything at these guys. So he is also going to move up 15 and try and gain purchase on the tree, on the trunk of the tree.
Okay, sounds good. So you kind of are letting go of the rope and fully going over onto the tree.
Yeah.
Anything else? That's kind of like your move action.
Yeah.
All right. That's going to bring us to the top of the round, and it is the squirrels. First squirrel still gnawing at the rope. Will bite through. I think we still have Orville and Raphael on the tree, or on the rope, correct? So as the rope snaps, I guess the first thing, I'll give you a dex saving throw. Like, you're all tied together on the rope, so there's a couple of ways that you'll be taking 5d6 damage if none of these things succeed, right? Like if you end up falling. So this is high stakes for a level 1 character. So first things first, give me a dexterity saving throw to see if you could leap as the thing snaps onto the tree and grab hold. Okay, Raphael manages to do so, so you're now on the tree.
Ability check or saving throw?
Saving throw. All right. Second question is, there are 2 player rerolls. Would you like to use one of them?
No.
No. Okay. So Orville starts to drop. So then it will
He's
be.
Gonna make it. He's going to make a reaction and do Featherfall.
Okay. Which is all fine and good, but you're tethered to the other 3. So, like...
Oh. Will Featherfall help them?
Maybe it'll make it a little easier for them to pull you up, because they're not working against gravity and you falling, but...
Okay.
So that's what you want to do, though? You want to spend that... a Featherfall?
Well, as a reaction, would Gareth maybe be able to grab him when he starts to fall, that he wouldn't even have to use the feather fall?
You can, but I'm gonna give play to him first to see what he wants to do.
Well, if I have fallen past their reach, I will do the Featherfall, because I got a ways to drop. But I suppose I could, grab to save myself before I do the feather fall. But
Okay, so you're not
unless
gonna
you want,
you're not gonna cast Featherfall right here. So then I'm gonna pass it to them. He's falling. You guys are gonna have to brace yourselves to try to like not get ripped off the tree yourselves. So this will be a group skill check. We'll have Gareth, Raphael, and Malthus. One of the three of you give me strength athletics checks.
You don't
And
want
we could use our inspiration if we needed to.
You could use your inspiration if you'd like to. Probably be a good time to spend it.
Yeah, and that would be just for a reroll if it doesn't go well, or
The inspiration is not a reroll; it's just advantage. So you declare that ahead of time. The player rerolls that the audience is buying, you can roll those after the fact.
okay. So I'm going to use my
Now-
inspiration for a strength check or athletics check, or
Yeah, strength athletics check.
okay.
And Alex, where do I put the inspiration on here?
If you're using your inspiration that you got, you just there should be a dialogue thing that'll pop up to ask you if you want advantage on the roll. You can just click that.
Okay.
Are we all making the check?
Yeah, you're all tethered to the. All right. I think you guys are going to be good just because of the average of this.
Sorry,
Yeah,
I
so
did
that's
not
a-
mean to do that twice.
It's a 15 when I average it out. So you guys managed to hold him and pull him up with the rope. I guess you're not able to like pull him up just now. That would be an action to like fish him up, but he's dangling there. You guys are holding him. Nobody is like falling to their doom. Like that's the happy outcome. So that was one of the squirrels. That was a lot that happened there from the one squirrel.
Yeah.
The second squirrel, now that the rope has been gnawed away, is going to turn its head and look straight up at Rollin, and those eyes flitter crimson. I need you to make me a wisdom saving throw.
Okie
And he is
dokie.
still has protection from evil, so if it's a fear effect, he should be immune, I believe.
Okay.
I will roll. You gotta tell me what happens. Oh boy.
So you're going to take 10 psychic damage.
Oh.
But we will say there's an incapacitation thing that happens with this creature. We'll say that doesn't happen because of the protection that you have, but you still take the damage.
Okay.
All right, and then it will turn us over to Rollin. It is your turn.
Looking at it, is it how far away am I from it at this point? As it's
20
kinda
feet.
glaring at- Okay, so it is a little bit down. Oh god, this is horrible. Like he's like in pain just looking at this thing. I guess he really doesn't have much range thing, and I don't want to use everything yet. So I guess I'm gonna go ahead and shoot another ice knife at the one that looks like it's more worse for wear.
All right.
Uh,
21 hits.
21 hits. Here's the damage. So I guess I don't know if it did a. That was it. It did like it should have done it already. So I'm sorry. It's 5 piercing, and then the other one will need a DC 13.
All right. He makes his saving throw.
So the other one will take 4 points of cold.
Okay. So the first one pops out of existence as the ice knife hits it and shatters. So you got one of the infernal squirrels is left, and that one's taken a bit of damage, but is still clinging to the tree and still terrorizing you.
Ronald's gonna close his eyes.
Sounds good. Raphael, it is your turn.
After the rope snapped, how much distance do
You had climbed up a little bit, I think, so you're like 15 feet away from it. So you could climb further up the tree. I just need a strength athletics check DC 11 to make progress up the tree.
All right, I'm gonna try to climb it. Here we go.
All right, no problem. So you get up there, and now you're within melee of this squirrel.
All right, I am going to use my rapier.
All right. An 8 would miss, but there are player rerolls. Would you like to use one of them?
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and use one of them. Let's do the reroll.
Awesome. And you get a crit off of it. So
That's a good
It's a
reroll.
good reroll.
Yeah, it is.
that is a good reroll. So as you stick the rapier into this thing, you like plunge it into wherever, if it has a heart or vital organs, you're not really sure, but you plunge your sword into its chest, and then you just kind of like kick it off, and it just sort of like that pop sensation like happens maybe like 15 feet down, and it just like pops out of existence.
Would I have been quick enough to grab my dagger that I threw out of it before it popped away and fell?
Give me just a dexterity check, straight dexterity check.
All right.
Yeah, you managed to kind of grab hold of that, knowing that this was going to happen, so you recover your property. I think at this point, we'll just kind of fast track past all this. It's going to be no problem for you to fish your poor hanging wizard there up and climb the rest of the way up the tree and get to the point where you're at a breathing point where you catch your breath, recover your rope and all that, and yeah, anything you guys need to do in the aftermath of this combat?
Well struck, Raphael. How are you, Roland? You cried out in pain.
Yeah. I've seen some horrible things, but that damn squirrel, I don't know. Like he's like visibly sobbing. Like
So Garrett's gonna lay a hand on his shoulder, and he's like, "Be calm, be at peace, my friend. You're safe now. Aronius is looking after you, and he's gonna heal him for 5 points of healing with lay on hands."
Thank you.
Awesome.
And Malthus would do the same as well. Lay on hands. Heal him for another 5 points.
Oh, back to the bugbear I once was. I was at half health, so that's good. Thank you.
All right. Well, we've been playing for about 2 hours. You guys want like a quick bio break, get refreshments, do whatever you need to do, maybe take like 5-10 minutes. And we'll see the second half of this thing through. So thanks everybody for hanging out. Thank you for the re-rolls. We appreciate you being a part of the fun. If this is your first time joining us for the game, do be sure to come and check out our Discord. Sign-ups for these games, these are open games that you could be a part of. We post those up in the Discord and do a lot of the recruiting for the games directly from the community there. So join that. And we'll be back in, let's say, 10 minutes. So thanks. We'll see you soon. Hey, welcome back, everybody. Thanks for sticking around with us here tonight as we're playing some Dungeons and Dragons. We are playing through an adventure called Terror on the Tree. This is one of the adventures that I wrote for the Dungeon Denizens Kickstarter that Goodman Games concluded a number of months ago. And so this is going to be one of like the add-on things that you add on a book of these 2-page dungeon delves. And so we playtested a few of them on the channel before. This is the first time I've done this one on the channel, so it's kind of fun to see how all the pieces are coming together here. So basically, where we're at, if you're just joining us, our characters have been sent out into the gnarly forest to take a look into this strange tree that seemingly kind of appeared more or less overnight. It is a tree that is riddled with the influence of the infernal planes and seems to be sort of propagating these crazy demonic squirrel creatures that their larger intent is not really known, but whatever it is, it's spreading this infernal influence throughout the forest here. Characters have managed to get up. They've dealt with two of these said demonic squirrel creatures who tried to gnaw through their rope as they were ascending the tree's trunk, but they dispatched with them and have now reached a point where they could kind of sit down on the trunk of this tree, where it starts to kind of bend and sort of even out to the point where it's a walkable path that you could take to the summit of the tree. They've just taken a short respite, cast a few healing abilities from the paladins to kind of patch up Rollin, who was looking a little rough for wear. And now as you're kind of coming to, like I said earlier, like this tree trunk, it kind of starts to wind almost in like a corkscrew kind of fashion up. And you are hearing on the air some kind of like a fiddle music faintly being played on one of the upper reaches of the tree trunk. So there's a little bit of music cascading down. It must be from maybe the underside of one of the branches as it twists up overhead. You're kind of standing in the shadow of the trunk as it winds upwards, and so seemingly that music is coming down from like the next level up on the tree trunk. So your best guess is if you continued walking, eventually you will run into whatever the source of this music is.
We recognize the music.
It's sort of like seems like a fiddle, stringed instrument. Probably don't recognize the song, but it's sort of kind of almost like a folk kind of feel to it, like maybe the kind of thing that would be like the backdrop to like some kind of a campfire story or something like that.
You said it was in was it in common, like the singing?
I'm sorry, did I say singing? I should have said
It's just
music,
playing?
just fiddle music, yeah.
Okay, sorry, I didn't know if there was singing or not. I apologize.
And thanks for the follow, Vaguely Awake. Thanks for vaguely being awake with us while we're playing.
Does anybody want to go and check that out, or?
I can send my familiar to take a look.
All right. So you send the familiar up to the next portion of the trunk. And what you see there's a little bit of like a campfire that has been built. Seems maybe a little strange having a campfire on the branch of a tree. But you know, the tree is impervious to to burning, so like it's totally above board on that. But there is let me
I was
just
going to ask what kind of fuel is this fire burning from? Then, if it's not the tree itself,
like logs, like kindling, like logs of.
Oh, somebody hauled that up here.
Yep. So you see that there is a humanoid that is sitting alongside the fire. They have dragonfly wings that are growing out of their back, and they're playing this fiddle music. Kind of like, looks like a male figure. Definitely has sort of like fairy-like features, very angular face, kind of very thin, almost pointed nose, pointed ears, fair-skinned. They have sitting next to them where they're standing, I guess, over the fire fiddling. There's like a jug type of thing that maybe like rum or alcohol would be held within. Like clay, you know, kind of like stereotypical like clay jug kind of thing.
But just that one individual, no one else.
Just that one person, yep.
Oh. So I tell the rest of the group, we've got a Fey hillbilly up there. Don't know what he's up to. can't tell whether he's part of the evil tree or what he's doing up there.
Well, there's only one way to find out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, did your owl notice if it had those red eyes?
I didn't see that, but I think he was mainly facing away from me, from the owl. But he did have the dragonfly-like wings. So
I think Roland will look over to Raphael and be like, "Well, you said that you've been around a bit. You ever come across anything like fairy, like dragonfly wings on somebody?"
No, I heard. No, I heard some tales, my friend. This one time when I was traveling close to the Feywild, but I'd never personally seen them myself. This is new to me.
Well, maybe we should go say hi.
Mm-hmm.
Gareth adjusts his cloak, and he kind of pulls down, tugs at the gnarly favor she received as a gift from the Dame Livy and Squire Cager earlier, and he's like, "This token may help us show that we're here as friends and seeking information about what's happening."
As the rest of the
maybe he'll
party approaches,
share some of that liquor with us too. I'm a little thirsty.
as the rest of the party approaches, is there like a spot I can try to hide in?
Places to kind of hide in. Yeah, there's little like nobular growths that protrude out of the tree. Like you could be kind of sneaking, or you'd probably have to be like a little bit distance away from the group, a little bit, but no problem to sneak up behind a little nub of the tree branch starting to kind of grow or whatever. So you're trying to stay.
Can I do that and still be? Oh yeah, can I still be close enough to like throw a dagger?
Sure. Yeah, like within 30 feet or so. Sure. So the rest of you want to try to make some progress to approach. So you start to navigate up the trunk, and eventually, you probably walk like the equivalent of maybe like 200 feet in a whole winding way up, and eventually you approach, and you can see he is tapping his foot, and he's kind of dancing and fiddling. He finishes his song, and he's like, "Hello, friends! Come on, come gather around the fire. How are we doing?"
Oh, not that great. We just encountered two of those scary-looking squirrels.
Oh, you gotta be
took out the whole
careful.
party.
Yes, they are all about in this tree.
How do you keep them away?
They don't like music. He starts like fiddling away. He's like, "That's how I keep them away." Woo!
That's a good tip. I don't know if any of us play music though.
I'm sure maybe one of us can carry a tune if it's necessary.
It doesn't have to be good music.
Well, I'm good at bad music.
Well, all right. Well, let's hear a little something from you. Can you sing?
Yeah.
Do you play an instrument?
I don't have any instruments.
Well, why don't you try mine?
Okay.
I don't think I've ever heard a bad tune come out of that thing.
Well, I try to play it, and I just hit every wrong key, wrong note.
Oh, you got to turn it around. No, this part goes up against your neck here. That's all right. You're learning. And so even though like you feel inept at playing this, like it still plays like a song that is semi-passable. It like maybe sounds very simple, like the note pattern and it doesn't have much of a differentiated rhythm, but it still sounds okay somehow. And he's like, "This is made of sylphwood. This is from the Feywild. A very special instrument." You know what would make
And
it
even make my poor playing sound okay.
It sounded okay, not too bad. You know what'll make it sound even better?
If I learn how to play.
That we don't have time for that. You got demon squirrels wandering all about. You
The
need
jug of alcohol.
a jug of yes. This is the good stuff here, brother. And he'll pass it over to
Let
you.
me try some of that. Gonna sniff it a little bit and then take a swig.
Ooh, it smells potent.
What I
How
like.
long? How long you been up here with those? And he's like, Rollin is still like kind of afraid. Like his head is on a swivel looking for these stupid squirrels. So, how long you been up here with these hellish fiends?
Oh, maybe about 3 days or so. Not too long. This thing hasn't been around here that long. I only just got up here, it feels.
Why would you want to be up here in this hellish tree?
And as you're taking a swig of the jug, he says, "That right there. The sap from this tree, it makes a liquor that is oh so fine." And you can feel like
the word liquor.
like your head is just like whatever the worst hangover that you've ever had, like triple that. Like, and you both take 7 points of psychic damage.
Oh my god.
Ouch.
Oh my god.
As soon as Raphael,
I'm almost dead.
Raphael hears,
Oh, this is terrible. Oh.
I'm sorry, what was that, Raphael?
as soon as Raphael hears the word liquor, he just popped out from behind the tree and like, hey.
He's like, "Oh, hey, you got a friend here. Well, come on up. You know, we've all got a tale to spin, a tale to tell. And the best way to start off a good story is with a little bit of the hard stuff." And at this point, you're probably looking over at your two companions who are like almost collapsing on the floor from just taking like a sip of this. I also need something else though from Orville in particular, because you're a spellcaster, and there's a secondary thing about this that's sort of terrible. I need you to make an intelligence saving throw.
Oh.
Okay. So if you fail that, you succeed, but if you fail it, you lose one of your spell slots. So that's very bad. But as you're all coming to, there's a little bit of like a sinister nature that comes over this Fey fellow. And he takes back his fiddle and he starts to play again, but this time the song just seems like a little bit wrong, like there's some sort of warp to that same fiddle song that you were hearing before. And we got a player reroll. Thank you, Lyra, for the player reroll. Appreciate that. They might need it because we're about to enter into a situation here. Rollin and Gareth, the two of you are being attacked by invisible creatures that seem to jut up from behind you and are going to attempt to plunge daggers into your backs. Once I resolve this, we will roll initiative. So Rollin, a 21 to hit, 6 points of piercing damage.
Son of a
Can I
gun!
extend
What the
protection
hell?
to Rollins? If I see it coming, I'd be able to maybe whirl around and put my shield.
They're invisible, so you wouldn't see them. Rollin, give me a DC 12 Constitution saving throw.
It'd be my pleasure. Just before that, you said it was 6 points of damage?
Yes.
So far. All right, here's the con save.
Okay.
13.
You make it, so nothing further happens. And then the one on Gareth, is also a 21 for 6 points of damage, and then a con save.
Yeah, that hits.
and you make it. So what you see as you whip around to see like what just struck at you, creatures that look very much like the fiddler. They both have, they're both males. Well, we'll say one male, one female. We'll say the one by Rollin is female. And they look fey. They've got the dragonfly like wings, and the blades that they are holding are curved and dripping with this thick black, almost like molasses liquid. And it's the same black stain that rings the mouths of the wizard and Malthus. So right here, we will roll initiative. They're going to deal with the corrupted Fey Moonshiners. And some more rerolls. So we got a player reroll from Ed. Thanks, Ed. They're going to need it.
Thanks, Ed.
All right. Let's see. Orville, what did you have?
I thought I hit initiative. I guess
Yeah.
it didn't.
It's only for me too. I can't. I'm hitting initiative and it's not rolling.
Yeah, mine didn't roll.
Let me refresh.
Yeah, we were having some big issues with Foundry last week too, so I don't know if that's a carryover problem. But otherwise, you could just like roll the d20 in the thing and just apply your modifier and.
Okay.
Looks solid.
Yeah, that would be just adding 2 onto it. So
All right, 5. Malthus.
5.
5. Raphael.
Nat 20.
Nice.
Total 23.
Total 23. That's important. Rollin.
12.
And Gareth.
15.
15. Okay. So we're going to have Raphael go first, then the Fey Fiddler, then Gareth, then the other 2 Fenfei, and then Rollin, and then Orville, and then Malthus. So first up is Raphael, who already was starting to kind of approach the camp. And then this sort of happened like right as you were starting, like you heard like, oh, they're passing out free drinks, and then you suddenly realize probably good that you were back 30 feet and didn't endure this.
I have a quick question. So with my sneak attack, if I have advantage, I get sneak attack. Does that apply if my advantage is from inspiration? If I use that?
Yeah. Yep. So you could certainly use that and get that.
Okay, so I'm going to spend my inspiration to have advantage, and I'm going to attack. I'm going to run up to the Fey Fiddler and attack him with my rapier.
All right. Was that a crit? I believe it was. I see a green.
Yes.
So
That's awesome.
total of 23 points of damage.
In a
Oh
row.
man.
Level 1, 23 points of damage. Hell yeah.
Oh man. Okay. He just like wreck him. Like you move in, and what is this with your rapier? Like kind of like out of nowhere. Yeah. He's like turning around. He's getting ready to play a song that had he started to play would have been for sure it would have something really bad would have happened. But you managed to like stop that, plunge your rapier into his chest, and he just kind of like falls backwards into the flames and just like doesn't even have time to shout out his death howl.
It's
Drops.
a pull the rapier up. I kind of just look down at it and I say, "How dare you start this before I get a drink?"
So he falls, and you can see he drops the that instrument that he was about to start playing. Looks quite special, and looks quite valuable. So something to pick up maybe after the fight has concluded. Awesome. Anything else?
That's no. I think I'll stay right there.
All right, Faye Fiddler. We hardly knew you. We'll skip him, and it is Gareth's turn.
So you said we're still facing 2 more moonshiners?
Yep, there are 2 more. These 2 have daggers. They're wearing kind of like leather vests. And they've got short bows on their strapped to their backs.
Okay, and these are the ones that attacked me and Rollin.
Yep, they just appeared out of nowhere.
Very good. So Gareth's going to attack one of them. Turn around and attack.
There are 3 player rerolls in the pot.
Yeah, I don't know if we want to use one just for the attack. Maybe we want to save that one for dire need.
I would say use them.
Okay.
Use it because you're
Yeah,
damaged.
okay.
So definitely.
Very well. We shall try again.
Oh,
And you get the crit.
Oh, there you go. Awesome.
We are killing it.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so again, you just how does it go? This crit. Describe the kill.
So Gareth cries out in pain when stabbed in the back, and he just instinctively whirls around, unsheathing the longsword because they were trying to be friendly, and basically just cuts right across the throat of the fiend who was trying to stab them from behind.
Perfect. It becomes their turn. There's just the one left. And you see it, it kind of looks over. She looks over at Gareth and looks at you, Roland, and she just shakes her head no and disappears. And moments, just a couple of seconds later, if you're looking over in the vicinity of where that jug is, the jug goes invisible. And then it is Rollin.
the jug went invisible. Let me see if I have anything that we could do. No. I think Rollin looking to see where that jug went. Not to be, I mean, he doesn't care, but that was pretty impressive. Both of his fellow adventurers just totally wrecked. He was gonna say something, maybe not snooty, but he was gonna definitely be like, the donkey, huh? But then after you totally crushed it too, he's probably gonna be like, oh, happy that we stopped for both of the blessings. And then I think he'll still try to attack in that general direction, wherever that jug was. So I think that'd be at disadvantage.
Disadvantage.
All right, and you'll see just a change in his appearance as his kind of smile turns into this giant maw as he pretty much casts primal savagery and tries to bite at the air. Tend to hit. So definitely probably not.
That one will miss.
All right. I'll move back in between the 2 paladins. And then that'll be the end of Roland's turn.
All right. Orville.
So this creature's invisible again, right?
Yes. Yep.
Um, I'm going to cast Find Familiar,
Okay.
and since I already have a familiar out there, he's going to change form into the form of a bat. Now, a bat doesn't use its eyes; it uses its, sound wave. So my theory is the bat will know where the invisible creature is.
So before you do that, just realize the action economy of it, because you would use your action to cast the Find Familiar. On a subsequent turn, you would have to use your action to see, feel through the senses of the familiar.
Well, would I be able to use a bonus action to cast a cantrip, or can't do that?
You wouldn't be able to. You wouldn't have time to do that in this turn.
Oh,
So I'm just saying,
well,
like, think about how long a D&D encounter lasts, and figure out for yourself if that's worth spell slot.
all right. In that case, I'm going to.
So just to be clear, you have like a general, because it picked up the jug, you have a general idea of where it is. So it's not a problem to take an attack against it at disadvantage.
All right, I'm gonna cast Chromatic Orb in that direction.
Okay, sounds good.
See if I can get lucky.
Sounds good. Attack at disadvantage. Now, have you used your inspiration yet?
I have not.
So you could use
I
it.
will use that, and then it'll be just like a normal spell.
Yep.
Right. Okay. So here we go. Normal attack then.
Okay. So 20 hits.
Good.
What type of damage are you flying?
I'm going to say lightning.
Lightning is not one that it is resistant to, so full damage on this. And as the orb flies in that direction, it lands, it strikes against the body of the Fenfei, and electrical discharge. You can see it drop that jug, which shatters upon impact, and its body falls to the ground. And what you see, like, break open from the jug is just this thick black. Now that you're seeing it, like, probably wouldn't have drank it if you could have seen it, because it is just like staining the ground, and like it almost seems like it's almost got maybe a little bit of like an acidic quality, that it's not really burning up at the tree just because of the nature of the tree, but you can see it's maybe like eating away like superficially at the bark in that one little spot.
I have because of this.
And so we're going to drop the initiative here. You dealt with them in pretty quick order, so well done, because
nice rolls.
That could be a rough encounter otherwise. So nicely done.
Cool.
Malthus is gonna cast heal on hands on himself. Yet.
Are you all right, Malthus?
I'm almost all right. I shouldn't drink. I shouldn't. I drink too much.
There is something to be said for temperance.
I mean, it didn't look good, and
it
you didn't look like
really
it was good. But was it good?
It smelled. Yeah, it tasted fine until I guess it started going through my system.
Has anybody got any band-aids or something?
Come over here, Orville. How badly are you hurt?
I have.
Okay.
Oh, no.
So Gareth will also lay hands on Orville.
So I'll put it out there. You could tempt fate and take a short rest, and I'll explain the mechanic. Basically, if you attempt to do a short rest, I will roll a d6 to determine if the squirrels are gonna screw with you, and if it's a 1, there'd be a random encounter.
That's great odds. We should do it.
Yeah, I think it's worth a short rest, and then they'll each be able to roll 1 hit die to recover some hit points. Right.
All right. I'm gonna throw the d6 in the Foundry chat, and we'll have to live with that.
During the short rest, do I have time to
Got it. What was that?
During the short rest, do I have the time or ability to go scavenge one of those short bows?
You could just pick it up. Absolutely. And we'll say each of them has 20 arrows, so you could recover in total 40 arrows off of them.
Is anybody gonna try to grab that fiddle?
Yeah, I'll do it after.
You can pick it up.
Yeah. There's the hit dice.
So you go and you pick up the violin, which is made of sylphwood. It is probably a material that you've never seen before, but it originates from the Feywild. So this is a very nicely crafted item. Violin seems to have some influence on the music that you try to produce from it. Just kind of almost auto-corrects itself to be something pleasurable to listen to. And it's worth 250 gold pieces should you ever choose to sell it.
What do you call that tune? That's kind of sweet.
Call it dueling banjos.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Which side are you playing on?
How's everyone feeling after the rest? Is anyone still in need of aid?
I feel great now.
I feel really good, yeah.
I'm happy that those damn hell squirrels didn't come back, but I'm feeling good. Has anyone seen? I wish we could have asked, but I don't know if they would have even told us. Is there? I mean, I'm just gonna look up. Does it look like there's quite a bit more above us?
A little bit more. Maybe another 100 feet up.
Okay.
I think in total, you'll be 400 feet from the forest floor.
And we can walk the rest of the way up?
Yes.
Okay. Well, we still have to find Millie, and unfortunately, Roland, I don't believe we could have put much faith or trust in anything that this Fae would have told us.
Did we go past the opening already?
If you're looking at the image that I shared there, you'd be at number 2.
Oh, man.
Essentially.
So big, this damn tree.
It's only 2 weeks old.
Yeah, I know.
You could probably see this thing growing. It was going so fast.
Actually, if you take a moment to look, you will notice it's just you can feel it. Like being in a really slow moving elevator.
Player Isaac feels guilty. I feel like we should just stop here. Isaac does, because then this is a whole new campaign that we could have, right? We should just.
Yeah, you want to play in that campaign?
Just hell on earth.
Do whatever you want. I'll write it. It's fine.
So it's just all these horrible woodland creatures that are.
Yeah, you could become a druid of the Blighted Grove.
This is how we start the first ever evil campaign.
Yeah.
Ride the tree up to astral space.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Yeah, huh?
You know what? It's funny you should say that. Why don't you make a I don't know. A perception check, I guess.
All right.
All of us, or just Raphael?
I think just Raphael, because he said something
Okay.
so specific. Yeah.
Ooh,
Okay.
nice.
So you guys are going to continue on, right? You're going to continue walking forward. So as you're making your way up to like the summit of the tree, you get to just before, basically like the trunk gets to its height, where at the top of it, it kind of branches off, right, into like the different arms, which are much. They're still enormous, but they're not quite the circumference of this like massive trunk. And so these leafless branches reach out into every corner of the atmosphere up here. And at their ends, many of them have those same like acorn pods, those darkened pods that Rollin had been looking at on the forest floor, that you're led to believe contain incubating demon squirrels. But at the edge of one of them, one of those branches reaches out, and at the end of the branch, there's sort of this foggy phenomenon that is happening. And maybe I'll leave it there. Like, you just spot that. There's something kind of weird happening at the end of one of the branches, where it almost looks like right on the branch where the ends of the branch are stretching out from the form. There's sort of like this misty, must be some kind of magical phenomenon right there. Maybe about like 10 feet in diameter. Leaves you with the feeling that maybe it's like a gateway or a doorway into something. You just can't see it from without approaching it.
Is this?
So-
I mean, there's no further way to go up from here. This is as far as we can go.
There's no further way to go up. The only other thing, you could go and follow the different branches which lead to where these pods are. There's the unnatural kind of mist that's at the end of one of them that you could go check out. Or there is this big opening in the trunk that serves as like kind of cavity to go into it. And so that's where you're led to believe that the squirrels probably are congregating. That's where the druid that you talked to on the forest floor had indicated they kind of lair inside the tree there.
And that's where she also said that's where Millie went into, right?
Yeah, that was Millie's destination, was to go and deal with
So before we enter the lair, perhaps we should check out this magical phenomenon.
If you're curious, Brother Gareth, yeah.
Well, I wouldn't want everyone to take the risk. Perhaps I could just tie a rope to myself and try and enter this zone. And if something happens, in the worst case, you can pull me back.
These branches, how do they look stable or?
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. Like the circumference of the branches themselves that jut out, like they themselves are probably like 30 feet in diameter.
Okay.
Pretty solid.
Does this mist? Did you describe this mist as like a portal? Or
It kind of makes
gateway?
that's what it kind of feels like. It's very localized. It's only in this like 10-foot in diameter spot.
Would I be able to ritually cast a detect magic while?
Sure.
Okay. So I think while we're making a plan, Roland would kind of go off on his own, mutter to himself.
All right. So
My
that's
friend.
underway. Go ahead.
My friend, I would volunteer to be tied to the rope with you as well, in case you do get sucked through and can't come back. You are not on your own.
Or do you want me to send my familiar in there to
Well,
fly
that's an
around?
idea. If you're
see
willing
if
to
I
try that.
Yeah, I can send him in there, see if he can. He's got great eyesight in the dark. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to see in this mist real well, but we'll see.
Okay.
So I'll send him in there.
Okay. So as he's approaching the mist, once you like get to profile with it, like you can look through it. Like the mist suddenly like kind of becomes clear, and it sort of becomes like kind of a doorway, and you can see through to the other side. And on the other side is also the branches of a large tree. Except on the other side, it's not the tree that your familiar is looking at doesn't have this backdrop of a forest down below it. It's just like an astral sea. It's just like blackness and stars and kind of what was being speculated by Raphael is kind of what you see on the other side. And as soon as your familiar tries to go through and connect, now the visage of the tree is not all charred and burned up and evil looking. Like it almost has like kind of a little bit of an aura about it. It looks like a white birch tree that's enormous, and it's got maybe a little bit, I don't know if celestial is really the right word, but it's got a bit of a lighter disposition than the unholy tree that you're currently standing on. And as soon as your familiar tries to pass through that mist and go to the other side, you lose connection with it.
Damn. He's gone. It must really be a portal. So if you go through there, I don't think that rope may not even work. So because you might end up with part of the rope on this side and part on the other side. You know, I'm not sure if it'll stay connected, but it's up to you if you want to risk that. But it
That would
is
be a
some
risk.
sort of a portal to another tree, very similar to this, only it had aspects of it that it wasn't. It had a different aspect to it, maybe not quite as evil as the one on our side here, but very likely a connection there between the two. They have some sort of a bond. I don't know what it would be though.
And I'm sorry, I think I used the wrong word. It's an ash tree. And the other thing that I would say about it is much bigger than the tree that you're standing on.
Oh. But the tree what we are on is rapidly growing to meet the size of the one, I would assume.
Could be.
So if the one tree that we're on gets as big as the other one, who knows what the outcome would be. But something is causing this one to match the other one in size and scope of some sort. But the reason is unclear at this point. What do you want to stay on the safe side and not go through that portal, or what would you like? I feel I've lost my familiar though, so I think I will not be seeing him again.
Oh.
I am sorry about that, Orville. I thought perhaps you could call back your familiar. You could resummon it somehow.
I have no connection with him, so I can't call him back.
I see. Well, I don't think it's worth the risk. If Raphael and I were to be separated from the rest of the party and unable to return, I don't know what our fate would be, and the party would certainly be weakened. So perhaps we should proceed on towards the lair then.
All right, we can always come back to this if we, and maybe by going into that layer we'll be able to find other answers. Especially if we find Millie, she may be able to give us some information.
All right.
Good idea.
You wish to enter into the heart of the tree?
Could I quickly just take a look at that, like the detect magic on the
Yeah.
portal?
Conjuration magic is what you did.
Okay. Thank you.
Got a reroll coming in from Jeff. Thanks, Jeff. Another player reroll.
Nice.
All right. So you all enter into the cavity on the side of the tree that leads to its interior. And the hollow space spans a width of 60 feet in circumference. So you have to kind of go sort of deep in because the circumference of the trunk is more than that, but there is a hollowed out chamber within the center that you come to. And the most prominent feature that you see in here is an unusually large acorn-shaped object that is rooted at the center of the abyssal or the infernal tree's rings. It's embedded in the wooden floor that's just got like kind of these, the tree rings, but they're just charred and burned. Like it has that same kind of feel on the interior. It's all black and dark in here. And this thing kind of glows with a crimson aura. It's low light in here, but it almost kind of pulses, this acorn, like it's a beating heart that is fueling the tree. And you can see laid out in front of the tree is an incapacitated young woman with golden braided hair who's laid out, eyes closed. All around her are these all around her that you can see what her fate probably will be if you hadn't come here, because there are slaughtered elk, bears, other large forest animals have been ritualistically slain here, and their blood seems to have stained right into the wooden floor right before this heart. And all around, you can see these squirrel-like creatures are presiding over whatever this ritual is. They turn their attention to you as you move in, and that is where we will... I do have a battle map for this, so let me flip to that real quick so we can manage to play around with some tokens here, and then you guys can roll initiative.
I'm excited to see these damn squirrels.
So I will say that this is not, like, the tokens are not the official art. I don't have an official art for this creature just now, but
The squirrels are not actual size.
yes.
I love the ominous, the ominous look of these squirrels. That's great.
I should say before we do this, somebody have some light that they're producing. It would be like quite dark in here.
I have dark vision, but I don't know if someone else might need to.
I think we got a lot
Like
of
some light
humans.
I have dark vision, but we got a couple of humans. So
Let me
Gareth
see.
has a bullseye lantern that he can hold on his basically inside of the shield.
I was gonna say, if need be, I could light a torch and kind of just lay it on the ground.
How much light does the lantern give off?
That is an excellent question.
Let's see. I've got my
Look here.
thing here.
60 feet. 60-foot cone and dim light for an additional 60 feet.
All right, and you also had a torch going.
Yeah, but it only does 20 feet. So I think does this lantern cover the whole radius?
Yeah, but not a bad idea to have multiple in case somebody goes down, and then not without the light.
Okay.
So there you go.
I'm gonna light the torch and kind of shove it in the wall somewhere.
So as soon as you guys enter into the battle here, we're gonna roll initiative. The squirrels, the infernal squirrels, are gonna jump right into action to try to defend their ritual. So, oh my gosh, I've been nailing these initiative rolls, but
I want to just say that like these squirrel images are so much worse in color than they were in black and white.
yeah, I don't know where I got that image from. Somewhere on Google Images, somebody made this nasty looking squirrel.
Yeah, I'm trying to roll, and it says no active combat encounter.
Yeah,
Just roll the d20. Oh my god, that's a 6.
All right, a 6 from Malthus. How about Orville? What did you have?
10.
10. All right. Raphael.
It's showing weird. Like it shows a blacked out one that says 44, which I know is impossible, and then a 20.
20. Okay.
So I'm confused.
We'll take the 20. Rollin.
Rollin has a 5.
And Gareth.
18.
18.
I think that that is an 11. It's like striked out. I don't know if you have something that allows you to roll with advantage on initiative. That's what is happening.
Let me look. No, shouldn't. Not that I know of. I don't. So I don't know why that's going on.
Okay, that's okay. I'm just gonna take the higher one right now when we can fix it later. So, with that said, squirrels are up first, then Raphael, then Gareth, then Orville, then Malthus, and then Rollin. And I'll say to the chat, they did so well earlier that I'm not going to balance this encounter. This is like a third level adventure, so I'm going to throw it all at you and see how it goes. And so the chat, if they want to, they can help you out. But we'll go give you the full thing here, the full first level character test. But you got a couple of third levels with you, so it might work out.
The full Monty.
The full Monty. So this squirrel right here, gonna move forward, and this is a creature that just, you don't want to see this thing charging towards you. Especially not when it's got its razor sharp teeth just gnashing at you like some kind of demonic entity. It's gonna go for your ankles.
Garrett's going to extend protection.
All right, does that make it disadvantage?
That's right.
All right, does an 18 hit, Rollin?
That's what you needed.
5
Wait,
points,
let me see. 17. So yes, definitely hits.
5 points of piercing damage from that one. This one right here is going to also charge Rollin.
It's like what?
Another 18. So another 5 points.
Okay.
This one over here is going to use its red-eyed stare at Sir Gareth. That'll be a DC 12 Wisdom saving throw. which you succeed. So he's trying to distract you, catch you with its eye. This one, Sir Gareth, is going to charge up at you and try to take a bite. And a 13. Oh, pack tactics. 13.
My God, the impact tactic.
13 will miss.
Yeah,
It's
that'll
bad.
miss.
Ugh.
This one up here is going to charge 5, 10, 15. Come up here to, I believe that's Malthus.
Yep.
23 to hit. 5 points of piercing damage.
Oh. Well, boys, I don't know if we're making it out of here alive.
This one up here is going to try and catch the wizard's eye. A wisdom saving throw from Orville.
Uh,
Ooh.
All right, and you manage to make it, so nothing happens to you. That is all of the squirrel's turns. It is Raphael. I think you're
You
You
might
still
be
muted, Anthony.
Yeah, muted.
Oh, how do I move my character's token?
Oh, is it not? Let's see. Maybe I didn't configure the ownership. One second.
Not there.
Not moving, huh? I don't know why.
No.
Are you able to point? If you point and hold down,
Okay.
you could just ping where you would like your guy to move to, and I'll move him there.
Hold on. Sorry. I'm sorry to slow everything down. How do I?
Oh, I wonder
How do I
if it's maybe it's you don't have the right tool on. If you go to the left side, do you see there's like a toolbar?
Yeah.
You want to select the one that looks like a little meeple or a little person. It says token control.
Okay.
Select that, and then make sure you have like the little crosshairs, the select token selected.
Token control. Select token. Yep, I got those both.
Okay. Oh, it's still not letting you move, huh?
Now, it may.
You click and drag. Oh, there he moved.
Yeah, it may be. Oh, I did?
Yeah.
Okay. It's being slow. Yeah, I just moved one space, right? Because I can't see it.
Okay.
Okay.
If you can see things and you want to describe to me generally where you're headed, I can move it and see if you're happy
That's
with it.
perfect. Yeah, that'd be perfect. So from there, I'm going to shoot my bow at the first little squirrel right there.
This one right here.
And yeah, yes. And well, I get sneak attack on that, right? Because he's engaged.
Yep.
With...
Yep. If you hit him, you get sneak attack.
Perfect. So short bow.
See what we got. A 24 will hit. Total of 9 points of damage.
And I will end my turn.
Awesome. So arrow sticks into its flesh, and it just kind of starts gnashing even harder. It turns its attention to you, Raphael. And then at this point, there is something that happens on initiative count 20. Suddenly, from the ceiling of the cavity of the tree, you can see the tree rings up above you, but this thick black sap, just like what was seemingly in that jug that you broke earlier from the moonshiners, starts to kind of rain down or drip down from the ceiling. And you can all give me dexterity saving throws to see if you can evade having this stuff fall on you. And there are 3 rerolls if anyone wants to use one.
I'll take one.
All right.
I'm just gonna use my inspiration and do this at advantage.
Okay.
This is rough. It didn't help.
Jeez.
It's so bad. Look at it's just smiling. Look at Alex is just smiling. Having
So
a
good.
time.
So you needed a 12.
Oh,
So I can just look at the faces of everybody and know who failed, right? So, Orville, what did you have?
11.
An 11. Okay. They're going to take 5 poison damage. And also, you get globbed on by this stuff and you're restrained until you can escape from it. It's not the right symbol, but it'll work. What did Raphael have?
16.
16, you're good. What did Gareth have?
I believe I got a 14.
Okay, you're good. You dodge out of the way. Malthus.
8.
8. You're gonna take 5 points of poison damage and are restrained.
Brutal.
And I think Brawlin sounded like it wasn't going so
I
good.
take 5 points of
5 points, yep.
and I'm restrained.
All right, it is Gareth's turn.
So just to remind, when they're restrained, it's basically they don't. There's not advantage given to attacks on them and being restrained.
It is, yes.
It is.
Yes, on a restrained creature, it is. And their speed is 0.
Okay.
It's okay. They already had advantage on attacks because of pack tactics, right?
Yeah. Okay. Great. First thing Garrett's going to do is bonus action cast Shield of Faith on himself, which is going to boost his armor class temporarily to 21. And then I guess he's going to attack the squirrel right in front of him.
Sounds good.
Gareth says, "Do not fear, my friends. Trust in each other. Trust in Hieronius. We will survive. Fight."
Oh.
13.
Let's see. "13 hits."
Oh, nice.
Ooh.
Thank goodness for that. 14. Sorry, it's 8 points of 7 points of slashing damage.
7 points of slashing. Okay, that's a guy directly in front of you. Sounds good.
Actually, it should be 9. I don't know why it should be 9 because it's.
Oh, 9 points.
Yeah, for some reason it's rolling the two-handed and the one-handed at the same time, but it's one-handed. So
Okay, sounds
Total
good.
of
So
9.
you hack into this first one in front of you. He's still on his feet.
That's it.
That'll turn to Orville's turn.
Orville is casting Chromatic Orb again.
Which one Can you ping which one you want to target?
The bottom one on this line of
The one that Gareth just hit?
squirrels.
Sure.
Yeah.
So that hits. All right. What type of damage?
Lightning.
Lightning shocks the one right in front of Sir Gareth, grabs hold of it, and the squirrel just like kind of like drops prone before popping.
Huzzah.
Nicely done. Malthus, it is your turn.
I'm down to 2 hit points, so I think I have to just lay hands on myself, right?
Sounds good.
Yeah. And I can't move, right?
Can't move until you, it would be a DC 14 strength check to get out of the gunk.
Yeah, I'll do that next. No. Okay, so yeah, I'll just lay hands.
Sounds good. Playing a defensive position there. Rollin, it is your turn.
All right. Rollin is going to. I think he would. Looking at her, would she look like she's? I know it's hard for us to tell, but is she dead or does she look like she's just kind of?
She's still breathing.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and cast a. We'll try to get her up. Hopefully we. I'm gonna cast a healing word on her.
I should have predicted that someone would do something like that. So okay. Now you got a DMPAC in the party.
Well, at least it's the right person to run there, right?
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, that's true.
All right, here we go for the healing. 4 points.
4 points. Okay. Yeah, like D&D, D&D Beyond. This is what I get. I think this is what I get for using my player
Welcome to the
character.
party.
Yeah, hey,
Oh,
you can use your
Frowling.
rerolls. Hey, how you doing?
Hot damn.
Oh, wow. Hey, how you doing? No wonder why we get so along together. Either way,
I'm
He's
just
gonna,
in sort of a pickle here. I'm so glad to see you.
Yep, you too. It's really nice to see you. Okay, bye. And he's gonna just shift into a giant spider.
Sounds good. All right. Okay, gotta roll initiative for. Oh, 1. Okay, perfect. So she's up next. I think Millie will cast Healing Word at Malthus. I think that's one that she has. Of course, I was playing a druid that doesn't have it. Sorry.
It's okay.
I have not played this character for quite a bit. Okay, she's got she's gonna use her little psychic shove on this guy here. Try to push him back. He manages to pass that. And then she'll cast
Oh, wow, that was on the squirrel.
Yeah, it was the squirrel. No, I thought it was.
I thought it was Millie
Yeah, me
successfully
too.
pushing her.
She'll move up here and cast Thunder Wave.
Oh, nice.
That's a good one.
I was thinking, don't worry, Alex. We could balance it for you.
Yeah, that's right.
An extra player character.
Are you gonna like? Don't put me in a position where I have to kill my own player, like my own character. Right? Like, I TPK myself.
You're
Man, that's
going down with us.
all right. I gotta see. There's saving throws. This is a con save. Yep. Okay, so fail. Oh, they have advantage on this. Of course they do. Nope, fail. And pass. So I'm going to say the first one, the one in the front rank here, is the one that failed. So 14 thunder damage.
Nice.
Okay, they're both still on their feet. But this one gets pushed backwards. So that is what she does with her turn. We're back to the top. Infernal Squirrels. And you can see these two here are going to gang up on Roland. They're pissed that you brought their sacrifice up onto her feet.
And I am large currently, so technically they wouldn't even have to move closer.
Okay. Good. Does a 20 hit?
Yes.
5 piercing damage.
Okay.
And then the other one will miss. One in the back here is going to scamper forward 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Strike out at Millie. It's a 23 to hit, and Millie is
Extend
down.
protection.
Oh, okay. Doesn't matter. It's still 23 is the lower of the two, and so she goes down.
You've been rolling well.
This guy here is going to attack. That's Malthus, right?
Yep.
Malthus, 21 to hit.
That hits.
5 points of damage. This one here, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Attacks Millie. He takes 2 failures on a death saving throw. All right.
Bless you.
Raphael, it is your turn.
All right, I want to move to the right 1 square. And I'm going to drop my bow so I can pull out my short sword and my dagger. Try to attack with both of those. The one that is directly, the one that will be directly below me.
Okay,
So,
that sounds good.
Short sword first, and then the dagger.
All right. Would you like to use a reroll on your short sword?
Yeah, I'll do that. Let's do it.
And a 13 will hit. So total of 13 points to that one. That one goes down.
Good.
Pops out of existence. If you wanted to move forward and use your dagger attack on the second one, you could.
Yeah, let me do that. I'm gonna do that.
And that one was for. Do you have So normally when you attack with a offhand and use a bonus action, it'll just be the weapon damage with no ability modifier. But do you have like a feat or something that allows you to have extra?
I do not. So it'll just be -3. on the.
Okay, so 2 points. That one is looking pretty rough, but is still on its feet. And then that acorn, that giant seedling, that nasty looking thing that is like strung up in the middle of the chamber. It's got kind of this veiny flesh that kind of connects it to the floor and to the ceiling. It again kind of pulses. And you can see some of the wounds on some of the wounded squirrels heal up just a little bit. Fortunately, the ones that are dead are not here to receive that, because they have been sent back to the abyss, but those that are still remain get a little bit of a boost. Which I think maybe is just this one at the current moment that's wounded, but then we are at Gareth's turn.
Okay, so Gareth goes, protect Millie. And he's going to move to right here and attack this one.
Okay.
Man. Looking a little grim.
That will hit.
16. That is 7 points of slashing damage.
7 points. All right.
That's it.
All right. Next up is Orville.
And just one question, Alex. You treat drinking potions or administering potions as an action or a bonus action?
As an action.
Okay. All right.
Orville is attacking with Chill Touch, and he's attacking the acorn itself.
A 20 to hit. It hits. For 6 necrotic damage. And so that ghastly hand reaches out and you can see it grab hold of it. And there is sort of a little spot, a blighted spot that starts to kind of appear on the flesh of this, or it seems like it must be organic material, whatever it is, even though it's infernal. You've done some damage to it, and it kind of skips a beat for a second. So nicely done. Anything else?
No, that would be it.
That will bring us up to Malthus's turn.
Okay, so what's the DC to dexterity to get out?
It'll be a strength check. And it is a D. I want to say it's a 14, but let me just double check. Yep, 14.
Okay.
There are rerolls. Would you like to use one? There's one
Sure.
left. You can use it, and probably they will buy you more if you use the last one.
Let's see.
Yeah, we need you to get mobile, so
There you
it'll
go.
be worth
There
it.
we go.
Nice.
You manage to rip free from that stickiness glob and regain control of your extremities and move about. All right.
Okay, so that's it. Yeah.
Next up is Rollin.
Well, he can move or not. He can't
Oh, you could
yet.
move. Yeah, if you wanted to move.
Yeah, I mean, you could
Oh,
move,
I could
for
move?
example, over here if you want. Yeah.
Yeah. I got. Yeah.
Got some player rerolls coming in. Thank you all. So 2 more player rerolls there.
Nice.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, everybody.
All right, so you kind of circumvent that one that had been kind of harassing you and get to the other side there. Rollin, it is your turn.
Well, Roland sees that these squirrels are going to try to take out Melly, so he is going to drop his wild shape and try to heal up Millie, because 2 death saves are not good. So we'll get some healing going your way.
Whoa, thanks for the jams, man!
Thank you for the cheer, Dawson.
Hi, Daw. All right, here you go. Here's some healing. Boop. 6 points.
6 points to Millie. Oh, jeez.
You're telling me. Gee whiz.
That was your bonus action.
My action, I believe, was to drop the.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
unfortunately. So I guess, am I with that wild shape? Did it like somehow magically free me? Probably not.
No.
Okay, then I am still restrained, and that would be the end of my turn.
All right. It is Millie's turn. And I think another thunder. She's going to stand up. Another thunder wave. Try to capture these 2 guys in it. All right. So, first one succeeds. Second one also succeeds. So they will take half damage. And then she kind of like turns and looks over at this one over here, and she's going to try to psychically push it over. Telekinetic shove. So this one right here is prone.
All right.
And that'll do it for Millie. Back to the top, it is the squirrel's turn. So I guess that shoving him prone thing didn't really help too much. Stands back up. It's going to try to attack Rollin.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to use the evil stare. So wisdom saving throw. He hasn't used his yet.
Oh yeah, poor guy. All right, here's my wisdom save. 15.
Okay, you make it. This one here is going to attack Millie. Do you want to use your protection?
Yeah, I'll extend protection.
Okay. That time you managed to get in the way and put yourself in between the squirrel and that attack. Knock it away with your shield. This one here is going to try to attack Sir Gareth. 22 to hit.
Yes.
5
Heavy
piercing
hitting
damage.
squirrels.
You still have your Shield of Faith up?
I do.
Okay.
You need a Constitution save, right?
Yes. That's right, Dawson. These are hell squirrels. They're trying to finish up. So you make it.
Okay.
And this one right here. Oh man, I just want to keep picking on Malthus.
I know, I know. I'm down to 2 HP.
Your first game, you just signed up. It needs you to have like the full experience. He's gonna use.
Yeah, right.
He's gonna use the evil stare. That's a wisdom saving throw.
Come on, Malthus.
Easy.
Here we go.
You make it.
Oh,
You got it.
yes.
Nothing happens to you.
Erroneous watches over you.
Raphael, it is your turn.
All right, I am definitely gonna regret this, but I'm gonna go up to the acorn, and I'm going to attack the acorn with both hands. And you'll probably hear me scream "Ah!" on the way to the acorn. We will start with,
Charging at it.
yeah, start with the short sword. This is gonna go great or horribly wrong.
Gonna go
Good.
great.
Okay. 8 points of piercing damage. You strike into it, and that black sap just starts like oozing out of it.
All right, I'm gonna make the second attack with the dagger, and then I'll have to
Yes.
subtract 3.
Subtract 3. Okay.
Not bad.
It's you deliver another piercing wound, and more of that. It's just like gushing out of it, and you can almost see this fleshy seed or heart or whatever you want to call it. This mass is starting to like lose a bit of its form. Like it's almost like a balloon that's leaking.
Do I have enough movement? Do I have enough movement left to like take a step back, just like a casual step back?
I think unless you wanted to risk attacks of opportunity, that's probably as far as you could have gone.
Okay, all right, yeah, then I'll stay there.
You had to kind of do like a U-turn around, wide turn around that one squirrel that was standing there. Great on toast though. Yeah, they already tried that earlier. They had a taste. Coming up next is it's still pumping, so there's a little bit of a regenerative effect that those couple of squirrels that are wounded get a little boost. Basically, they get 5 hit points back. What happens?
Damn girls.
Gareth, it is your turn.
So of the 3, actually, he's got 3. Which one is looking the worst off?
This. Sorry, no, this one right here.
Okay, he's gonna strike at that one. Die, infernal Furion.
That hits.
Yes.
Excellent. It's 8 slashing.
8 slashing. It is still up.
All right, that's it.
Orville.
The acorn is considered a large creature, right?
I would say it's a large object.
Is it if I cast ice knife, I'd be hitting my own character then, wouldn't I? Or can I cast it to hit it on the lower portion of
Yeah,
it?
I'll say you could cast Ice Knife on the southern side and leave him free of the explosion
All right.
bits. Yeah, that's
All
fine.
right, that's what I'm going to do then.
Okay.
Oh, now that's not working on me either. Okay. Then I'm going to cast Chill Touch again. Then, because apparently,
Well, don't
I don't
change
know.
your spell just because there's something funky going on with Foundry.
Well, I don't know if.
You got a D20. Just roll a D20 and.
Well, Ice Knife says at will, so.
Oh,
But it's
first level spell.
I don't know if I've used it more times than what I can or what. I don't know. Anyway, Chill Touch.
Oh, probably. You probably expended all. You only have 2 first level spell slots, I think. Really.
Yeah, but Ice Knife was a different type of category. It's at will. It says it's not in the first level
I don't know.
spells.
You got some
I don't know
funky
why.
ability or something maybe that's allowing you to do that.
Yeah,
but it should be a first level spell. So.
No, I think it was something else. I don't know. I'd have to read it again.
22 will hit. And the ghostly hand of this that reaches out and grabs hold of the heart and almost like squeezes this thing, and like more of that, holes are bursting like all over it. It's just leaking, and it just like folds in like an accordion. And you can almost feel this like wheezing sound come from it. And it like the skeletal hand just chokes the life out of the heart, and the whole thing just seems to like kind of like detach from the ceiling and just falls into this disgusting mass in the middle of the room. And that crimson aura goes away.
Oh.
At least it can't heal the squirrels anymore.
Yeah, huzzah.
So nicely done. Next up is Malthus.
All right, so I am gonna go after this. This is the guy that's pretty damaged.
That one has taken some damage. Not the
Okay.
one that's worst off, but
Right, but this one is pretty much
that one's
okay. All right.
fully, full health.
Yeah. All right, so I'm gonna take my long sword. Oh, I didn't roll. Oh,
Oh, nice.
That'll hit.
need to. 8 slashing.
Carve a little chunk out of the furry rodent's flesh, and it turns back at you and just gnashes its teeth.
Did I disengage or no?
Disengage is typically an action unless you got a way to do it.
Okay. Okay, yeah, because if I move right now, then they get an attack of opportunity.
Yeah.
Okay.
That will bring us to Rollin.
Don't worry, buddy. I gotcha. He's gonna cast a healing word on you at 2nd level.
Ooh,
10 points
big
of
one.
healing back to you.
Hey. I'm back at 12.
Ooh,
Nice.
Just in time.
Yep, and then Rollin will turn back into he's gonna turn into a direwolf this time, and that'll be it.
Yeah, direwolves eat squirrels.
In the direwolf form, he'll turn back and nod.
All right. So Millie is up. I think she will cast a 2nd level Thunder Wave on these 2 in front of you. I guess thank goodness after seeing that damage roll. So, okay. Makes it and fails it. So the one right next to her kind of gets pushed away and like pops as it does so.
Nice.
And then she's just going to try to kind of hang back, sort of like try to be like a little bit maybe under Sir Gareth's protection a little bit, maybe just a couple steps backwards from this one that is just taking some damage. And we will go to the top of the order, and it is Squirrel's turn. So this one right here will attack Rollin.
I'm restrained. I forget if they get advantage or not.
Oh, yep, they do. An 18 to hit.
That'll hit.
5 points of damage.
Okay.
I'm going to say both of these squirrels here are going to attack Sir Gareth at this point. Oh, a crit.
Oh,
No.
Would you like to reroll?
I do have a DM reroll. I could use it. And I keep forgetting about it. So
Darn.
2d4. So it'd be 9 piercing damage. Second one attacks. And it happens again.
Oh, man.
That one is going to be 7 piercing damage.
Okay. He's still up, but he's looking a little ragged.
Raphael, it is your turn.
All right, I want to try to do something if I can do it or not, but like I want to charge at the squirrel right next to Rollin, and I want to look at everybody and kind of as I'm running be like, you know, back in the orphanage, we couldn't afford balls, like kick the squirrel. And I want to try to stab it with a short sword, and then it's my bonus action trying to kick it back against the wall and kind of punt the squirrel.
All right.
That's a
That's
true
something-
story. That's a true story for sure.
Squirrel.
So we'll take
I'll do
us.
this short-
We'll see how this first stab goes, and then we'll see how you get the style points. Okay.
Okay.
So 10 points of damage, and then I'll say your choice. You can either give me a strength athletics or a acrobatics check. A dexterity acrobatics check.
I've got to do acrobatics.
Okay. So you go to kick it, but unfortunately, maybe your short sword, like when you went to stab at it, like it just pops almost immediately. And so as you go to kick, it's just a little slow, and you don't quite get the satisfaction of the punt and enjoying those childhood memories.
At least I don't like slip and fall.
Yeah.
You know, Charlie Brown it.
Exactly.
Awesome. So just 2 left on Sir Gareth. And it's Gareth's turn.
Right. So Gareth is bleeding profusely, but he's still like, it's all right. It's going to be okay. And he's going to attack the squirrel in front of him.
That will hit.
As 3 points of damage. So he's actually going to use his last spell slot and add a divine smite.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Which I believe then is going to be 2d8. Remember correctly. I'll just check that real quick. I think it should be at first level.
I know you might get advantage if the creature is like
I think you get an
Infernal.
extra D8 is what it is.
If they're undead,
Is it only undead?
let's see. I have to go look at features and traits here.
Maybe it's a special type of paladin.
Undead or fiends.
There you go. Yep. This counts.
Okay, so that's going to be 3d8.
Hell yeah.
Mm,
Nothing like smiting a squirrel.
That's 12 points of radiant.
All right. This one right here, right?
Yep.
As soon as your sword lights up with that holy power from your deity and strikes down at it, it almost like in anticipation is almost like crumbling to bits right as the hammer comes down. Your sword cleaves right through it and it pops. Just have the one square left to deal with. All right. Next up is Orville.
Oh, and sorry, since he can move, he can also move. He's going to move right here.
Sounds good.
Can Orville do a melee attack and do a bonus action spell cast too?
Yeah.
Okay. Orville is. Well, can I move? How do I move?
I don't know. Maybe there's something weird about that
Oh,
spot
okay.
there, but you want to move up there.
Yeah, that's good. He's gonna use his staff as a two-handed melee attack. Let's see.
Oh,
You have 3 rerolls, and it's the last baddie of the encounter. Do you want to use a reroll?
All right, I am going to use the.
All right. That one looks better. That'll hit. Thanks, Corey, for the DM reroll. If I can, I'll use it.
He doesn't need them.
Anyway,
2 bludgeoning. Okay.
I'm going to use a bonus action to cast my chill touch on him then too.
Okay. Sorry. So it's fine because you would have been able to do this. So just realize you probably would want to cast it before you go into melee, because as soon as you go into melee, it would be at disadvantage. But we can retcon it that you cast the chill touch first.
Oh.
But a 22 will hit. And 2 points of necrotic. All right. That will bring us up to Malthus.
So Malthus looks over to Gareth and says, "Do you need some healing?"
I'm all right, brother. Finish him.
Okay. That's what I'm gonna do.
Would you like to use a reroll?
Yes, let's do that. Reroll.
That'll
15.
hit.
come on.
And the damage. Come on, baby. 6 slashing.
All right. You cut a piece of it again. It's just like getting kind of going into just like infernal rage and like kind of revving itself up. Rollin.
I think it's I mean, I'm restrained still.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Let me see if there's something I could do without hurting everybody. 'Cause the only thing I have is at range is an ice knife, so I don't think that would really help too much. But I think what the best course of action is what Roland's going to do is he's going to drop his animal form and bonus action healing word again, but this time we're going to go for Sir Gareth, and we'll pump some healing into you because that's really what we can do at this point. All right, here we go. Oh, that's major caca. Sorry, you get 5 points of healing.
Right.
Sorry about that.
Thank you. Thank you, Roland.
Sure. Sorry about that. I was gonna say, oh man. Well, I'm spent. Sorry. All right, I guess and he can't move, and so that'll be it.
All right. I think that Millie, having whatever you gave her, like a couple hit points, is just going to kind of stand back, and take a breather here, and just keep her distance from the squirrel. You know what? She's gonna go over here and try to pull you out of the sap.
Gee whiz, Millie. It's good to see ya.
You know what she's gonna do? She's gonna try to psychically push you out of it. So make a.
I allow it.
Yeah, you want to fail this roll.
Yeah, I suppose you could just fail it, right? Like, I don't know.
I do not resist.
Yeah.
I'll make a roll and determine whether
I
it
can
works.
never resist you, Millie. Gee whiz.
Okay, so she rolled pretty high. I was just gonna treat it like as a DC thing, and like it pushed out. She pushes you out of it. All right. Top of the order. It is the Infernal Squirrel's turn. It's gonna do something nasty. You see it reach into, like, it's got these big kind of pouchy cheeks, and it reaches in there and then pulls out this black looking seedling that seems to be kind of like smoking a bit, like there's heat coming off of it, and it just chucks it on the ground and it blows up, and there's like this aura of smoke, like it's like a smoke bomb kind of phenomenon that just instantly there's this vapor that you can't see through that takes up what is it, 10-foot radius.
Circular radius or like cone?
Circular.
Damn.
Oh.
These squirrels are full of surprises.
Yeah.
I didn't know he was chewing tobacco.
Good enough. I just have to double check the action economy. Can it do anything else on its turn? No, that is it. So, fully obscured in here, it's essentially you're blinded while you're in the smoke. At the start of your turn, you'll have to do a Constitution saving throw, or you fall into like a coughing fit and you're incapacitated for that round. So then it's Raphael's turn.
Again, I'm probably gonna regret this. but I'm gonna try to go straight in for the spot that I saw him
Okay.
at last, and maybe kind of feel my way for him, and then kind of stop when I run into him.
All right. So first, give me a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. Ooh, here we go.
And so almost instantly, you could do a reroll. I think there is rerolls here. Yes, there's one
How many do we
reroll.
have left?
There's one reroll.
Use it.
Yeah, I'll do it. All right, Constitution.
Yeah, so you go charging and like it can't be that bad, and like you start to inhale some of the vapor, and you just like instantly all your momentum dies as you just fall into like a choking fit as soon as you enter in.
Oh, dang.
And so that'll end
Right.
your turn. That'll bring us to Gareth. So Constitution saving throw.
Roger.
Oh,
Oh man.
oh no. Oh no.
You fall under it.
Oh.
Orville, you're in there as well. Constitution saving throw.
If we all die by some smoke,
Oh, I got a reroll.
All right, Bo just redeemed a reroll, so thank you, Bo. Oh, would you like to reroll? Would you like to use it right away?
Yes.
Oh yeah, they were out. They've been flying through them. They had to. Okay, so you managed to kind of protect yourself as you're inhaling some of this. You have control of your action. You're in the dark, the smoke, so you're effectively blinded to the squirrel.
All right. Yeah, I'm going to do melee with my staff.
Okay. Attack at disadvantage.
Isn't with a staff, if you're using it two-handed, isn't it 1d8 when you
Yes.
hit? Or because I was getting 1d6 before when I used it.
Exactly.
Was it's supposed to be
It's at disadvantage to roll again.
a disadvantage? Okay.
Just get another one like that and it'll be fine. Oh, but an 11 would miss. Anything else?
No, I think that's it then.
Next up is Malthus.
So
he's in there too.
I'll have to do a con.
You got it. You got it.
Oh man, this is like the most effective
This
smoke
fucking
bomb
squirrel.
ever. This is a fucking squirrel. So you're confident hacking. Roll
And a
and
little bit.
I apologize that I forgot I had this, but I do have a spear. And I think he's going to just try to throw it at this thing because it's going to be at disadvantage because I really can't see.
Yep.
But
Don't roll on that one.
yeah.
Hit me.
Put me out of my misery, please.
Yeah. Message for you, sir.
I'm so old. There you go. Oh boy. And 11. So
11 will miss.
there goes my spear. Whoops.
Fill the window
there is a
up.
player reroll that just came in from Ed. Thank you, Ed. If you'd like to use it, I'll say you could use it right now.
I'd say I will because we don't need another round of the squirrel doing things. Even though,
You
okay.
don't. I have 2 DM rerolls. Get rid of this thing.
I fake the first shot and I try to throw it again. And it's at disadvantage, correct? Again.
Yes.
All right, here we go. Oh man, it's so bad. It's even worse.
Oh.
9, and it just.
So, Millie's not going to enter in there. Yeah, she will just stay on the outskirts here, waiting for it to pop out. It will do. It just pops out, and it's got the red eyes and staring right at you, Roland.
Shit.
Wisdom
no.
saving throw.
Oh man.
Chittering teeth.
Oh, this is not
Its
good.
tail is just flicking.
This. Oh my god! He's like, it's back. He's gonna be like screaming. Oh, please give me something good. Oh, 23.
Oh man, okay, you make it.
Oh.
But for just like a second, it's like every like insecurity that you have like is like floating through your head, and like feel inadequate in this group of fresh adventurers. Like I don't know, like everything is just all the insecurities are floating through your head.
Uh-huh.
And then it tries to go back into the smoke. Do you have a weapon in hand?
I threw my spear, but I have my fists.
Your fists
I know
aren't-
that's not a weapon.
They're not going
I
to
know
work.
that's not a
He
weapon.
pops back in.
Damn it!
All right, so it's Raphael's turn. So Constitution saving throw at the start. All right, you make it.
There we go.
You've got your turn.
All right, I'm gonna try to swing the short sword and the dagger. Short swords first.
All right, so these are at disadvantage.
Oh, I got to do it. Twice.
Although that one right there. Oh my gosh. Okay.
What's it bad?
So it's So what happens when you get a nat 1 is I've got a deck of potentially really bad things that could happen. You need to roll a d6, and if you roll a 5 or a 6, I pull from the deck. Do you want a 1, 2, 3, or 4?
Oh no!
Oh no! Here we go. Reroll the attack. Make a straight attack roll. Malthus, what's your AC?
18.
Okay. All right. It doesn't hit you, but you feel that a short sword just clangs off of your armor. And then you can
that squirrel's got a short sword. I can't see anything.
it's
right?
disarmed one of your comrades clearly,
Yeah.
and you can make your short sword attack then, or your your dagger attack. Dagger is a 9, will miss. All right. Next up is Gareth.
Thank you. And I just realized because I failed the Constitution save, probably the Shield of Faith is dropped also.
Okay.
So the first thing we got to do is roll Constitution save again.
You make it.
Oh.
That's good.
It's gonna end it now.
Now,
I feel it.
if my action, if I try to move out of the circle, could I grab Malthus and also like drag him with me and get him out of the circle?
You could.
Okay, I think that's what I'm gonna do. And would he get an opportunity attack on me when I do that?
I guess you
If
don't
so,
know.
at disadvantage?
If he can see you, he will. But you're gonna do that? You're confirming that? That's what you're doing?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna
Yeah.
try to attack you.
Ah.
He can see. He's got... But he's gonna miss you. So.
Huzzah. I guess we're gonna go to there. Yeah. Okay.
Awesome. That
What do we
will
do now?
bring us to Orville. Constitution saving
Wait for him
throw.
to come out.
Orville?
Yeah. That was supposed to be at disadvantage? Or,
No, the con
Yeah.
save is just straight. So you make the saving throw. So you have your
Okay.
action. Like you got your turn now.
okay. He's gonna cast he's gonna cast the green flame blade.
All right.
So
Go ahead and make your attack at disadvantage.
It's gonna be good. I just know it.
What so I saw that you rolled a 9. I just need to know what do you add? I think it's probably a hit.
probably just the 2.
It's just plus
But-
2.
Well, what would
So
what
you're
would
you're
the
making a
staff?
so it would be proficiency bonus plus your strength modifier.
Strength, not dex, right? Okay. I don't have any strength modifier.
Oh no. Okay, it's gonna be a miss then.
Can I do a bonus action to? No, I already.
Yeah,
cast
green
a
flame
spell.
blade is the bonus
Yeah.
action. Yeah.
All right. I'm just gonna. That's all I can do then.
All right, Malthus.
Well, you could still move if you wanted to, right? He already got
Well,
an
That's true.
attack of opportunity.
You want to get out of the smoke?
does the squirrel take advantage of that? Because we didn't get a.
So meta knowledge.
so
He's already taken his attack of opportunity, so it's no consequence.
So-
you can move out.
Oh. Okay. Well, then I will move. I can't move it.
Yeah, for some reason, it's not working. Okay. You could ping or tell me kind of where you want him to go.
Just one more up.
One more up.
That's fine.
Okay, sounds good. All right, Malthus.
I guess what I can do is try and get Raphael out of there. Right? Or
You could. I would say you would have to re-enter the smoke in order to do so.
okay. So
'Cause he's in
I'll
there.
just yeah. So I'll run up here and I'll scream out, Raphael, grab my hand.
Okay.
I'll like reach out and then take him out.
All right. Let's see. Raphael, you attacked, right? Like you made your saving throw on this most recent round. Okay. I'll say that you can do that. Like you could reach out and your reaction would be reaching out to allow him to pull you out if you want to do that. Okay, we got a thumbs up, so you get pulled out. Anything
All right,
else,
let's-
Malthus?
No, I'm just gonna wait for this sneaky little squirrel to come out of here.
Sounds
yeah, we're
good.
clear. Use your missile weapons and spells.
Rollin.
Roland's gonna move here. That's fucking squirrel. Hey, we got another reroll. And I think he's going to cast Good Berry. He's going to get 10 good berries, and he's going to become the water boy.
Sounds good.
Yeah, he's going to be the water boy. Free action, he is going to drop 5 near him on the square. And just say, hey, you guys feeling a little puny? You have one of these. And I think that's it. Because that's it.
All right, everyone. Millie's like going to be like, are y'all out of there? I don't know how many y'all were here, but I could throw a big spell in there if you reckon that's a good idea. All
yeah,
right.
do it.
Do it.
So
That's right.
She'll pop a level 2 Thunder Wave in there.
Yeah, would that dissipate the smoke also?
This one doesn't have a thing like that, but it might not matter. Okay, makes a saving throw, so it'll take half. It is still up.
Oh my gosh.
You don't hear a pop.
That's the toughest squirrel yet.
That squirrel is dynamite.
We fought. I remember, Millie. We fought this trunk swamp creature that was just horrible. Remember that? This thing is 10 times worse than that.
It's gonna pop out right by the wizard.
Oh no.
A 24 to hit.
I think it would hit me at half that.
All right, I'm gonna roll the damage because at this point, that's more fun.
It's probably dying time.
Yeah, 6 points of damage,
I'm down.
and it just like bites into his like calf, and you see him like just like cry out in pain, and he falls down, and the thing is just like feasting on his calf.
Oh, it must be poison.
And then it is Raphael's turn. So Raphael, you can't see it, but you can hear that on the other side of the smoke, there's like something happening closer to the entrance where you came in. And probably you just see like Rollin and Millie are looking over there like horrified. Like you can see their expressions.
Could I kind of weave around them to get to him?
Yep, you could get over there.
All right, short sword and dagger. Oh, let me turn off the disadvantage for it. Short sword.
Go.
That will hit. I guess not sneak attack, but you get 7 points.
Do I need to use my dagger?
You do.
Oh my gosh, this squirrel.
Freaking.
Super
But
squirrel.
if you can land so you land the dagger, and you manage to like kind of slice its head off and like jam it with the dagger, and poof, it disappears, but not the puddle of blood that is currently pooling underneath Orville. So, nicely done. You're out of combat here. I'm sure a good berry will be distributed. Try to staunch the bleeding out of Orville.
That's
I
right.
did not get attacked a single time.
That's good. Yeah, the good berry tastes horrible. I'm sorry. That's one thing. Roland's good berries are not very good. But I mean, you're alive.
Orville forgot himself and he was wearing his red shirt.
Yeah.
Millie will point out, like at some point, I don't know, you're gonna maybe like heal up and kind of do some of that kind of stuff. That we're at this is the end of the adventure, but Millie will point out that there's like a crevice over here where she has noticed the infernal squirrels would like kind of like hide away objects that they had like pilfered from wherever they got them from. And you'll go and you will find that there is definitely like kind of a little hidden, concealed cavity in the wall there that contains some loot. There are 12 bloodstone gems in there. There is a potion, which you will later identify as a potion of diminution. And there is a bag in there that has these strange. It's like a little pouch, little green pouch, felt. It's got beans in it. The bag of beans.
Well,
Acorns.
Magic beans.
Magic acorns.
They aren't. They are not acorns. Actually, they are literally beans. And if a detect magic spell is cast by
yes,
Rollin,
definitely,
they will detect as magical.
Magic beans. Wow. Wow. I mean,
We could grow a
left of the-
beanstalk or a giant tree, maybe.
Or a giant ass tree.
yeah, another tree.
What's left of the acorn here?
Just this fleshy patch that is on the ground. It is not pumping anymore.
Okay.
It's just this like kind of disgusting mass.
If we stand still and perceive things, can we tell if the tree is still growing or not, or whether it stopped?
It has stopped, and so as you take the time to try to determine whether your efforts here had any impact, it doesn't seem to be growing.
Is the portal still there?
The portal is still there.
Guess for another time.
Probably, you know, you'll start to notice maybe the seedlings, those acorn pods that are on the branches of the tree, will start to like kind of fall off. No more squirrels will be birthed from them. They just kind of die out. And this is something that's going to have to be studied over the course of the next few weeks, but gradually this tree will start to fall apart and rot. And it'll be quite a I don't know. There'll have to be some safety warnings put out to people. Don't be standing in the shadow of this tree. But as it starts to break apart and fall apart, it will be magically pulled back into the hells. And the presence of it will begin to fade away over the course of the next few weeks. But the phenomenon of that portal will remain. At some point, Byrne is going to hear some news about what happened out here. And he's going to ask if he could study those beans. And eventually he's going to be curious about that portal. And eventually he's going to try to entreat with the party to maybe see about planting some of those beans and taking a look at that portal. But we'll see if anybody ever decides that they want to do
this
that.
tree falls apart and dies, this portal's just going to be floating up in the air then.
That's right. And so he will want you to plant some of those beans because he wants the beanstalk to go up there.
This guy Byrne sounds like a big problem.
And basically what he will tell you is that he theorizes that what you guys saw was the world tree Yggdrasil. And he thinks that if you can gain access to that portal, there's no telling where its branches might lead. All sorts of different worlds, different planes. He also thinks that you'll probably encounter some squirrel-like creatures on the other side there as well, but hopefully they won't be as nasty.
Is that last one especially?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
It's a king squirrel.
So
Yeah, maybe celestial instead of infernal nature squirrel.
So hopefully you guys had fun. Since you went through and did the hard mode version of the final encounter, we'll give you
Yeah.
2 advancement points instead of 1. So all those level 1 characters will immediately go up a level.
All right.
Nice.
And,
Congratulations.
Yes, thank you.
as far as these bloodstones go, let's see. There's 5 of you. We can say that you sell them off to the jeweler once you get into town. So we can divide this up evenly. So you each can take 120 gold pieces, plus 50 gold from Elmo, from Lord Elmo.
I'm gonna keep the fiddle
Okay.
just for now. Let's see.
Yeah, you can hang on to that. How about the potion of diminution? Who would like to take that?
I'll
Does
take it.
anybody know what that
Sure,
does?
you can take it. Makes you teeny tiny
Teeny tiny.
for I think an hour.
And if everyone's okay, Rollin will hold on to those beans for now. If everyone's okay with that.
Yeah, keep it away from burn.
Yeah, I mean, we'll as I'd mentioned, I think we'll want to also inform the squire and the dame of all these happenings. They should know about it. They may have their own views because they're also more familiar with the Fey realm, and this is also their domain, the wood. So, and please give a thought to the order, those protectors of the wood, if any of you are interested, because we need recruits.
So that is the end of the adventure. Thank you guys for being a part of it and joining up on the adventure. There's more to come with this whole thread, so be on the lookout for if you want to continue this story and maybe see what's on the other side of that portal. That might be an adventure I post up for August. So, and this is an invitation I'm extending to anybody that's hanging out watching too. You can be a part of our community campaign. Best way to do that, just join our Discord server. I'll pop the link into the chat again there. Come and join us. We hang out. We do play a lot of D&D and talk about D&D and other tabletop games. We also do all sorts of nerd stuff. We've been playing Diablo 4 together. We probably will be ending up playing Baldur's Gate 3 once that gets released. So it's just a great place to hang out. It's not too overwhelmingly large where you get lost. You can pretty much get to know everybody and know everybody by name. That's kind of about the size that we are. So join us there. Every night, you'll probably see some of us hanging out in the General 2 voice chat. If you want to know why it's General 2, just join, I guess, and ask us. You'll get the story. It's just a good place to hang out. You're always welcome to come and pop in and talk to us. So, any last words from any of y'all before we come to a close?
That was
Good
great. Thank you
adventure.
for all you
Thank
guys.
you. Reroll.
Thanks. It's fun.
Yeah. Thank you for the rerolls.
The rerolls were clutch tonight.
Thank you very much for the arrows. I had a lot of fun playing with you all. It was very nice. It felt like one of the, I don't know, this game, like low level community campaign, kind of gives me nostalgia of back when I first started playing with the channel. So it's nice to get back into that. And who knew that the
Yeah, it was
squirrel
super-
could be so much worse than a lich and all these other things.
Awesome.
That's no ordinary squirrel.
Reminds me of I saw one of the squirrels in the yard this morning. It was on one side of the tree, and there was a fox that came into the yard, and he was like 2 feet from that tree. But as soon as he made a move, the squirrel went up the tree. But
It was an omen
No.
of what you were to expect here tonight.
yeah,
Yeah.
the fox didn't have a chance of getting that squirrel.
Well, awesome, guys. Thank you so
we
much.
got
for...
our squirrel.
You got your squirrel. That's right.
Yeah.
Well, we will close it out here. Thank you all for playing, and we'll throw a raid over to the Lollygaggers and see what they're up to tonight. So, what do we got this weekend? Casey is running his game, a community game, Sunday morning at 9 a.m., so come and check that out. I think that game's full, but I know Gabe has a sign up for... I don't remember exactly, but there's a couple of opportunities to play that are open right now. I need X-Crawlers, so if anybody wants to play some X-Crawl next Wednesday, that's the latest Kickstarter that Goodman Games has out there right now. So that's a DCC system where you play dungeon crawlers on pay-per-view, essentially. So this should be a lot of fun. So anyways, thanks everybody. We'll see you soon.